What is up, everybody? Oh, that was a well-timed sub message. That was sniped. Thank you for the 13 months. Welcome to the Tuesday stream, everybody. We have a lot of things planned for today, as you can already tell from the title. Lots of different things going on, both in Master Duel and the TCG. And we're going to take a look at both today. Gonna try my best to fit everything into one stream because it's a lot. I don't know how much of it we can get done, but there's one thing we absolutely have to get done today, and that's building my Paleozoic deck for locals, because those are happening right after I finish streaming. So that's something we have to do today. ZV, thank you for the gift sub, and Kulusa, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Okay. We're gonna do different things. We're gonna take a look at the new we're gonna take a look at the new Karibo card as well. I haven't read it yet, but I'm just assuming, because it is a Karibo card, that it isn't that great, but we can take a look at it. Godfox, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Thank you. And 1957 Anas, thank you for the 8 months. Master Duel patch is 10 GB if you didn't load it yet. See, I noticed that during the warm-up. So currently, we're sitting at 39%. We'll be done after the warm-up. It's fine. But I'm not. Yeah, we'll see. The thing is, I mostly want to talk about the things that are gonna come to Master Duel today. I think we're gonna put a little bit of focus on the TCG today. But I'll tell you about all the things that we're gonna do today after the warm-up. So let me get my keyboard a little bit closer, and we can guess some cards, and then we talk about all the things we're gonna do today. Okay. All right. There. Up. And we begin. Ooh, this feels familiar. Some bird. What's the bird called? Laughing. Oh, puffin? Laughing puffin. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Ice barrier. But I don't know which one that would be. Revealer. Is that Sprite Jet? It is Sprite Jet, yes. Ooh, is that Melissa verse? Okay, I don't know. Fork? Nope. Spoon? Nope. It might be none of them. No, it's none of them. Okay, cool. At least I didn't guess wrong then, because it's just none of them. Which one is it then? What is that? Oh, another super heavy samurai. Dude, how many super heavy samurais are there? This is battery stuff, I think. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's a spell trap. Yeah, that's a spell trap. I don't know the name of that one. Electromagnetic shield. Yeah, no shot. That's Bishbalkin, isn't it? It's not. Okay, well, I'm just being scammed today completely. Generator? Naglfar. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever, man. Orochi Samurai, thank you for the sub. I can't decide between voices or Tenpai for locals. I think both are very much good enough for locals. Just play the one you enjoy more, or whichever one you want to practice. What is this artwork? Oh, this is something mirror. Oh no, curtain. Dark magic curtain. Yeah. Dude, we're doing terrible today. Not even bad. It's terrible. Jinzo. I think that's Jector. Jector. Yeah. This looks familiar. Yeah. Oh, I've seen this. Like, we've guessed it before. It's one word, I think. Is it too early to call this wash? This ain't even wash, dude. There's no excuse for this. I don't know what the hell is going on. This is, yeah, I've seen it. I know it. Like, I think, is it Major Riot? It is Major Riot. Oh, why did I? Okay, I skipped it even though I knew. Sick. Cool. Well done. Well done, me. This one I don't know what it is. Might be a time thief. No, S-Force. The zombie synchro, isn't it? Is it just zombie dragon? No, it's immortal dragon, I think. Yeah. Please be Sacred Summit. Thank you. Something is working. That is Phantom Knight. That is that Horn Scales? Horn Scales. Performapal. Well, it'd be cool if you showed me more. Oh, this is the Performapal Odd Eyes. Performapal Odd Eyes. Oh, good. There's only 15. That is some Galaxy Vanisher? Photon Vanisher, not Galaxy. Photon Vanisher, yeah. Ooh. This is old. Slot machine. Is it Quintet or Eben High? Ebon Illusion. Dude, I've seen this one. I cannot name it. I know it's the little plant. It's very old. I have no idea what it's called. Rainbow flower. This has a Q in it. Greed Quasar. Yeah. Yosenju, I think. However, maybe it's not. Yeah, like I said, reptilian card. That's a Vernusyphilis. Vernusylph, I think that's... which one is that? Thawing Mountains? Yeah. March. The big March. Yeah. Dude, we have 266 points. The hell is this? Appliancer. What kind of archetype is that? Ooh, that's Cyberdark. Cyberdark, one of the newer ones. Cannon. Molten. Is it Molten Zombie? No, this is Solver Rock. Ooh, at this point, I'm hoping we can get 500. I can't believe I'm saying it. Oh, this is the Infernity card that isn't an Infernity card. Chaos Max or something? Something Max. No, that's not Zero Max. Wave Motion? Right. Dude, who is that? And who is that? Oh, I know. It's a Jurak. Jurak. Tyrannos? Yeah. Dude, we are on pace for 450 points. That's crazy. I think that's Time Thief. Earthbound Immortal. Uru. Please be Stardust Shimmer. Please be Stardust Shimmer. Easy clap. We are so back. We are on pace for 500. It's phenomenal. No idea what that is. Bro, what are these cards, man? I've never seen these before in my life. Wise Typhon. No! Lost to 50-50 as well. It's the kind of day. This is something Ignis. Flame Spirit Ignis, that's the one. Oh, that's deck lockdown. Get used to seeing that one. That's another Phantom Knight. Lost Vambrace? No. Maybe though? Mist Claws? Cracked. Clovenhelm. This is either Leo. I think it's Leo. Yeah. Oh, that's Morningstar. Yeah. Dude, we've gotten 500. It's phenomenal. This could be OG Gaia. Yep. And this is a vessel. And this is something I don't... I think this is Nephthys. But I like... Dude, conductor. Nope. Nephthys. Chronicler. I'm skipping it. I don't know. It's a Nephthys ritual support. The VOD. No. The broken one, I think. I don't know if there is a broken one, you know? Ooh, this is one of the pendulum magicians. Dragon, a noble dragon. Yeah. This is not Jack Frost, is it? Is it Jack in the box? In the hand, I mean. Yeah. Oh, this is offerings to the snake deity. $600, phenomenal. Who would have ever thought that we would get there? We got more points in the last 5 minutes than like in the first 10. Dude. All right, y'all. Today is the day where you have the official you are allowed to call me washed. You can yeah spam the copy pasta, spam the emote, whatever you feel like, do it. Oh man. All right, it's a warrior. High level, high attack, lower than 1500, older than 2015, not a Dark. What about a Kuraz? Okay, it's a level 5 warrior. Oh, it doesn't have an effect. I didn't see that. Oh god, it's a vanilla level 5. Level 5 warrior vanilla. With less than 2400 attack. Level 5 vanilla, dude. Jack's Knight? Isn't Jack's Knight a light? Yeah, that's a light. That doesn't work. Level 5. So it basically, what I'm seeing here, it's a level 5 vanilla. What about Judgman? Is that a warrior? But that's level 6. Nefam, thank you for the 4 months. And Ray Zeriak, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Flame Swordsman? That's a fusion, though. Could it be a fusion? Because this also doesn't have an effect. Okay, it's not a... I think it could have been, though. I think that would have worked, theoretically, because it wouldn't have had an effect on it. But it's not that. It is from 2002, so giga old. And it's less than 1800 attack, so it's complete garbage, basically. It's a level 5 warrior, no effect, so you need to tribute, and it's like 16 or 1700. Ansatsu, what the hell is that? Well, I've seen it. I've seen it. I couldn't have guessed it. But I guess, yeah, it is what it is. It's a terrible 2002 vanilla, 1700 attack. Literally not even, like... Literally less attack than La Jin. God, who thought about making those cards? And here we are in modern days, thinking about like or complaining about like pack fillers, and then they had this. They made this. Whenever you look at Ascent and you're like a little disappointed, remember they made Ansatsu. All right. And with that, let's never talk about this round of warm-up ever again. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We have a bunch of different things that we're gonna do today. Now, originally this was gonna be a TCG stream mostly, and it still will be. But I saw this morning that there was a relatively big Master Duel update that happened. I've just downloaded it in the background, and I guess it's worth talking about some of the changes that they made, some of the announcements that they made as well. It's a relatively big update, so it included a lot of, I think, small quality of life changes from what I've seen over on Twitter. Like I don't know, I think when you watch a replay, you can now see who won the coin flip, for example, right? The problem is, I don't think they are announcing every one of those changes, right? They haven't announced every single... Oh, no, they did, actually. They did. I just saw it. Okay. Well, never mind. They did write it down. Okay, so let's go through it real quick. Some of the changes they made, some quality of life features. They have also announced some new cards that are coming very, very soon. Including SP Little Knight. We'll talk about that in just a second. I believe they happen in 2 days, so we'll mention that as well. Well, yeah. I'm going to my first big tournament this month, Swedish Nationals. Any tips what to bring and how to prepare for a major tournament? It's very hard to answer that in a brief fashion. We're gonna do a tier list for the TCG later. Maybe that's gonna help. In terms of tournament preparation, there's a lot of things that can be done, but for the most part, it's just like, I mean, start in advance, test as much as you can, and learn about all the decks in the format, not just your own. That kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. I should probably make videos on that sort of stuff. It's just that those require scripting, and I'm not very good at that yet. I wanted to get into it though, so I might cover that at some point. Anyways, notable updates. Duel log improvements. The following adjustments have been made to the display of the duel log. We've improved the duel log by making it easier to see your position as you scroll. The background color of the scroll bar will change each turn. Oh, that's helpful. I did sometimes have that problem where I was scrolling through the log on the right side, maybe because I forgot something about like the stats of a card. Like maybe you like used the Ruma Karma Cannon on a monster and you want to check what defense it was, so you have to go back in the duel log to see what it was, right? And it like it's hard to navigate, but this should help. This way you can like, if your turn is always, I assume it's gonna have like a blue background color, and then your opponent's turn is gonna have a red background color in the duel log, then you can just go, okay, this was last turn, so I'm gonna have to scroll all the way up until it's red, because then it's back to my opponent's turn. That's gonna be helpful. I like that. When multiple cards move simultaneously, they will now be displayed as moving grouped together. I don't know exactly what this means. Maybe like Soul Release on multiple cards in the graveyard would have a, instead of having one by one, they all go together. Or like Desires, right? You remember how like Desires, I mean, I don't know. This one I don't know if that was a problem or not. Zelantis Banish, but Zelantis Banish wasn't all one by one, right? That was all at the same time. They didn't go one after another. I don't know. Oh, in the duel log, right? No, I was thinking the animation on the field. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, that's good. That saves a lot of space as well. when you resolve a card like that, right? Because otherwise, I don't know, if you like evenly 4 cards or 5 cards and they all show up as one step. Okay, yeah, okay, hey, my bad. We've updated the duel log to display the results of the coin toss, the player's choice of going first or second, and the outcome of their choice. That's good. You see, guys, Master Duel is now like over 2 years old, and we are consistently moving away from the beta phase. Okay, we're adding things. I want to make it clear those are good changes, but at the same time, you would think that you would put that in the game from the start, you know? But hey, anyways, we'll take it, I suppose. Made the coin toss result and choice of going first, second visible when commencing spectating. Okay, also very, very good. Especially I've been wanting this change, especially now that I'm doing more Challenger Cups, right? When I spectate a lot of games during a Challenger Cup, it is very nice to know, was the player blinding second? Was the player choosing to go first or choosing to go second? Who won the coin flip? Who decided? That's always good when you spectate. So that's cool. This display feature will not be available in replay data from before the current update. Yeah, okay, whatever. Modified the display of monsters treated as continuous spell trap cards. Monsters placed in the spell trap zone as continuous spell or trap cards will now have a spell or trap icon. Oh, okay. That's important for when they release like Centurion as well. I think it can matter with Flamberge, just so that like you know, okay, this is treated as a continuous spell or this is treated as a continuous trap or whatever. Does this also apply to equip spells, or was this already a thing with equip spells? Like if you equip something as an equip spell, did it have the equip symbol or did it just have nothing or whatever? It wasn't a thing? Okay. Equip showed the line. Oh, right. Yeah, it has the line between the monster and the thing. Okay, fair enough. Modified the icon display for monsters with multiple attributes. Monsters with multiple attributes due to card effects now have animated icons, making it clear that the monster has multiple attributes. Okay, that's also good. Reading this makes me also think, how was this handled before? Like, how else would you do that? Like, obviously you have to do it this way. How did we go 2 years without doing that? Like, obviously. Changed card locations when selecting battle position. After you have decided where on the field to place a monster, the card will now appear in a different on-screen location while you decide its battle position. Oh! Was this because they appeared in the exact same spot and sometimes you would make a mistake by like double clicking maybe? Probably, right? So how it used to work, if you have like, it depends on your settings, but if you don't have set positioning, like if you click on summon a card, like you want to special summon a card, right? Like let's say you activate Monster Reborn and it resolves. You have to click one of your zones where you want to summon the monster, and then afterwards you have to click whether it's attack or defense position, right? And I think both of those windows appeared in the exact same spot. Or like the window would appear over your monster zone, right? So if you click on the middle monster zone, for example, the window pops up, and then by accident, maybe you're clicking the wrong position because it's in the exact same thing where you would click for the position. So that's good. That reduces the chance of misclicking, right? Added animation to some mates when losing a duel. Okay. Other updates, added a feature to enlarge card images. A new feature has been added to the card details page, allowing users to enlarge the card image by selecting it. Okay, I'm going to take a look at that in a second. Implemented line breaks in card text. The text on cards has been updated to include line breaks between each effect. I assume to include readability. We'll take a look at that in a second as well. Change the season points page in the duel menu. Okay, sure. Has been renamed to season report. Sure. Okay, some issues patched. Dude, that's a lot of issues. Oh, it's mostly PvE though. Okay. All PvE. Fancy Diesel. I don't think we're gonna do the Edison rap today, but maybe at some point. You have a better chance at getting me to react to something if you just post it in the in my Discord in the React Andy suggestion channel. rather than just throwing it at me with a dono. Because I can't even click the link anyways that is in a dono. But yeah. All right, let's look at the card's images and whatever they change there. Let me grab my login thingy. Okay, let's open my favorite deck and let's look at a card with like a decent amount of text. Okay, that's just... Oh, I think... Okay, how do I zoom? Oh, okay. I mean, that's nice. Okay, I need like a card. Okay, here. Here. Okay, now I don't exactly remember how this looked beforehand. Once again, the way this looks to me looks exactly how it should. So this makes me question why didn't we do this like this from the start? It was just one giant paragraph. Was it really? Dude, have I been conditioned to just not notice that? Like how has it not always been this? How has it not always been this? Dude. Look at Endymion. Oh, that's funny. Hold up. How does Endymion look now? Does Endymion fit? Dude, look at the card. Look at the card, man. Oh, man. Okay. All right, so those are some quality of life changes. Some other stuff that's included is there is some new there's new animations. For example, get your copy pastas ready, but there is a new engage animation. Pretty dope, honestly. That's a pretty dope animation. And I think there's more, but people are just finding out about them. I don't, as far as I know, I don't know if they announced the new animations somewhere. Because it didn't say in here. It didn't really say anything in here about which cards received an animation and which ones didn't. But I'm sure we're gonna find out over time. And then we have another news. A new selection pack has arrived. The date available May 9th. So in 2 days. Additional pack Revived Legion. In addition to the new ace of Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, Memento, Horus, and many other cards with Phoenix-like powers are now available. And don't forget SP Little Knight either. So far, this is the stuff that we know. Ultra rare Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, ultra rare Horus the Black Flame Deity, ultra rare Combined Creation, ultra rare SP Little Knight, ultra rare Overload Future Fusion. I already know which card I'm gonna pull a playset off when we open some packs on stream. I already know which one that's gonna be. I'm not naming any names, but we're getting SP. We're getting Raging Phoenix. So with this pack, Snake Eyes is pretty much going to be at its full potential. As well as Horus cards. I assume Horus the Black Flame Deity means we're getting the full Horus package, right? We're gonna get all of the Horus cards, which I think is going to be a very... I think Horus cards are gonna be popular because they're just fun. And then obviously Memento is getting added, which makes you think like, what was the original set for Memento? It was Valiant Smashers, right? What were the other two for Valiant Smashers? Is Centurion gonna be released at the same time? Or Valmonica, you know, are we gonna get those in here as well? I kind of doubt it, because that would be a lot of new archetypes for one singular pack added to the game. And I also would think they would announce Centurion before announcing Overload Future Fusion or whatever. But yeah. Obviously, this is going to be a super impactful set for the format, because it's going to release SP Little Knight for pretty much every deck, and then Raging Phoenix, which is specifically a big deal for Snake Eyes, which is already arguably the best deck in Master Duel. So this is going to be a hugely impactful set, and we're going to have the Horus cards in there as well. Memento at that moment will not be that good, but could be better at some point in the future. But we're gonna move all the speculation and all the talk about the new set to Thursday. I'm gonna be live on Thursday. We're gonna play with the new cards. We're gonna open up the new packs. At least I assume it's gonna be worth opening because the Horus cards are in there. My first impression is that if you are only interested in SP Little Knight, or like maybe picking up one Raging Phoenix for your other decks, I'm not even sure if you would open this set. You can just craft one SP and one Raging Phoenix and call it a day. So unless you are interested in the other archetypes in the set, it might just be better to craft. I personally am gonna want to pick up the Horus cards, so we're probably gonna open the pack. I'm assuming Imseti and stuff is in there. But yeah, we're gonna talk about that on Thursday more than enough. So yeah, exciting stuff for Master Duel, honestly. I'm always happy when we get like quality of life updates. I personally think there's still a decent amount that they could do to improve like sort of stuff like that further, but I'm happy they're on it. Do I dismantle my unicorn? What, Nightmare Unicorn? No. Or is your question whether SP Little Knight invalidates Nightmare Unicorn completely? I don't think it does. There's still decks out there. I've still played Nightmare Unicorn a decent amount since SP's release in different decks. Like, it's still a good card. And I mean, I think you'd still want it a lot of the time. All right. We might return to Master Duel later today, because let me tell you about the things that we're gonna do now. We've talked about the Master Duel news, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna quickly take a look at a new card that was released in the OCG, and once we're done with that, we're gonna look at YCS Rio results, which happened this past weekend. The first YCS after Legacy of Destruction. It was a relatively small YCS. I think it had less than 400 players, which I was kind of surprised by. I didn't know Brazilian YCSs would be or should be that small. I feel like it should have been. I think that's less than average even for South American events, but whatever. We're gonna take a look at some results for YCS Rio, obviously giving us a chance to get to at least try to see the impact of Legacy of Destruction after the first like 2 weeks after release, and then we're gonna do a preemptive Legacy of Destruction tier list for, like, you know, we have national season coming up. I wanted to make a tier list happen. And since today is Tuesday, you know, perfect opportunity for a tier list Tuesday situation. So I have a tier list prepared that we're gonna do. And when we're done with that, when we're done with the weekend recap and the tier list, we're gonna build my deck for locals, and that is going to be Paleozoics. I already have most of the cards, or I have the cards on my desk already. We're gonna build the deck because I'm going to locals later today. I can tell you guys how it went tomorrow. But I want to play Paleos just because I enjoy it so much in Master Duel at the moment, so I want to play it in the TCG as well. And once we're doing that, we might go, if we have time, we might go and play some games with it on Master Duel, just to like, you know, feel the vibes and all that. But it's a pretty packed stream, as you can tell. We have a lot of things that we need to do. Yeah, and also one thing we're gonna do when we build the paleo deck, there's an updated version of Yuri's paleo list, because he topped another regional with it. The guy that we watched a top 4 regional deck profile last week, top 8'd another regional with it this week. Absolute giga chat. So we're gonna check that one out when we build the deck for locals. So yes. And while we look at YCS Rio, let me check if we also have the Italian Open results here on, because I'm checking on YGO Pro deck for YCS Rio. Do we have the same thing for like the Italian Open? Because apparently the Italian Open was bigger. I think there it is. Yeah, okay. The Italian Open is also on here. Okay, so I guess we can incorporate both of these in the thing. Okay, so I have already taken a quick look at the results for, hold up, then what's the best way to do this? This is good. YCS Rio 378 duelists, and the Italian Open 494 duelists. And I want to find out, the exact impact that that Legacy of Destruction had on the format. So my biggest surprise when it came to YCS Rio was Melodious. Because there's one Melodious in top 32, which in itself isn't that crazy, right? One Melodious isn't like the craziest thing in the world for it to make top 32. They did go all the way until top 8 with pure Melodious. We're going to take a look at the list in a second and familiarize. I'm going to familiarize myself with some of the cards, because I'm actually not super familiar with Melodious. I'm familiar with like Ostinato and the new cards, but I kind of want to understand what's going on here, because it seems like it's more important to the format than I thought it was originally. But that's not the only thing why I want to take a look at Melodious, because if you look closer at some of these Snake Eye lists, which there, by the way, there was 6 Snake Eyes in top 8. But 2 of those Snake Eye decks had Melodious cards in them. There's 2 versions of Snake Eyes that actually play the Melodious cards, apparently, which I want to take a look at that as well, right? So because there's, so okay, let me be clear here. Raphael Reich won YCS Rio with pure Snake Eye, Kashtira Snake Eye actually, and 6 Snake Eye decks were in top 8, and there was not a single Fire King Snake Eye in top 8. There was a Fire King Snake Eye down here in top 16. And there was another one in top 32, and that's it. So it seems like, I mean, we already had that suspicion, but it really feels like pure Snake Eye is still the way to go. Apparently, you can easily pair it with a Kashtira engine. Obviously, we know that. You can also relatively easily pair it with a Melodious engine, apparently, which I was not aware of. But we're gonna take a look at those cards in just a second. So for the Snake Eye, the Snake Eye Melodious, you play refrain, you play couplet, and you play ostinato and concerto, and you play Baca and Schuberta. This is America deck building. I don't know where this came from, but I want to quickly make myself familiar with what the concept of this is, right? So both of the main deck monsters that you play are in Legacy of Destruction. Dude, I say Baca because I'm like in this English pronunciation where you would pronounce CH as a K basically. But obviously the musician was named Bach, but yeah. Anyways, so refrain is Pendulum effect. Target a melodious fusion you control. Send a melodious monster from your deck to the graveyard. If you do, the targeted monster gains attack. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay, I assume this is not the important effect. If this card is normal or special, you can add a melodious from your deck to your hand. If a melodious fusion is special to your field while this card is face up in your extra deck, you can place this card in your pendulum zone. Okay, so you summon this, then you fuse with it, and then it places itself in the pendulum zone to create skills. And then we have Couplet, which is only a one-off. That's the level 5 from Legacy of Destruction. You can't pendulum except lights. If you do not control any face-up monsters other than Melodious, you can add a Melodious spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Couplet once per turn. If this card is added to your hand, except by drawing it for your normal draw, you can reveal this card, special summon a level 4 or lower Melodious from hand or grave. If a Melodious fusion monster is special summoned to your field while this card is in your extra deck, you can place this card in your pendulum zone. Okay. And then we have Ostinato, which is just if you control no monsters, it's branded fusion for Melodious, right? Using monsters from hand or deck as material. During the end phase, destroy the fusion summoned monster. And if you do, special summon the fusion materials. Okay. And then we have Melodious Concerto. Fusion summon a fairy fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand, field, and or pendulum zones. If a Melodious fusion is sent to your grave while this card is in your grave, even during the damage step, you can place it on the bottom of your deck, draw one card. You can only use each effect of Concerto once per turn. Okay. And then we have the 2 fusion monsters. While you control this fusion summoned card, the activated effects can't be negated. You can only use each effect once per turn. If this card is special, you can special summon a Melodious from your deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a Melodious in your grave, special summon it in defense. And then we have this. During either player's turn, you can target up to 3 cards in any graveyards, banish them, and if you do, this card gains 200 attack for each. This can only be used once while this card is face up on the field. Okay, so let me try to figure out what you do. You open Ostinato, and then you're fusion summoning Baja, right? You send 2 Melodious monsters from your deck to the graveyard. I'm assuming you send double Refrain, because why would you want Couplet in the grave? Right? So you send 2 Refrain, summon Baja, and then Baja summons the 3rd Refrain from the deck, right? And then when this is normal or special, you add a Melodious monster from your deck to your hand. So you're going to add Couplet. And then because this was added to your hand, you have these in the graveyard from this, you can bring this back from the graveyard, right? So from 1 Ostinato, you already get 2 Refrain on the field, a Baja on the field, and a Couplet in hand. Right? And this lets you make a Infernal Flame Banshee without normal summoning. Right? This lets you make the Infernal Flame Banshee without normal summoning, which is obviously a generic way to search your Snake Eye Ash or your Poplar. I think it is worth mentioning that they chose this particular list chose to run only 2 Snake Eye Ash, which I think is interesting. I would think you still play 3, but I guess they are already at a 45 card deck. But yeah, so the way how does this come into play here? How do we get access to the 1 Concerto? Because Refrain only searches... Oh. If you do not control any face-up monsters... Oh, okay. We're not even done yet. Okay, wait. Okay. So we have Baja and 2 Refrains on the field. And this in hand. So at the moment, before we make Banshee, we scale the Couplet. Before we make Banshee, we scale the Couplet. And at the moment, we only control Melodious monsters, right? So we can add the Concerto from the deck to the hand. And then we could use it if we wanted to make a Schuberta, right? To get like banishes from the graveyard, which is honestly a pretty good interruption. As well as This goes to the graveyard, so we can draw a card from it as well. At some point, right? That's pretty good for one card. For one Ostinato. And how good is drawing one refrain, though? You can also banish Banshee from grave to special summon it. You can, yeah. You can use Schuberta to banish the Banshee later and get another extender from it, basically. Normal summon refrain gets you 2 Mad Apple plus Banshee. Wait, without normal summoning? Oh, wait, no, it's normal summoning, obviously. So you normal summon refrain. I assume you add couplet, but at that point you don't have anything in the graveyard to special, right? So you have to scale couplet and grab a concerto. Wait, how does this work? Make Baja. Then you get scales, right? Baja summons another refrain. No, I know how ostinato works. I'm talking about if you draw refrain and not ostinato. So you normal summon refrain, grab couplet, scale couplet, grab concerto, concerto fuse with the one from the field and the one in the scale to make Baja. Baja specials another refrain. The other two place themselves in the scale. These two make a link 2. Right? And then this in the graveyard can trigger. Because you can use it, you can send another target for it with refrain, right? You can refrain, send another refrain. And then you link 2, so you have a revive target for this. So this makes, I don't know which link 2 you make. Maybe Haggard. And then you make Exceed the Pendulum. Which is add a face-up pendulum from extra deck to your hand. To your main phase, you can special summon a pendulum from your hand to graveyard. Okay, yeah. Okay. So you add like a bunch of you add a bunch of level 4s back. And then you can pendulum summon them, then you can make Apple and a rank 4. Okay, I see. All right. So long story short, basically this deck is playing the Melodious cards as like alternative starters, plus potential extenders, plus ways to bait hand traps at the cost of having to go far over 40 cards, but also adding this card and this card, which don't do anything on their own, right? Like the couplet and the concerto don't do anything on their own. Ostinato is crazy on its own, like absolutely crazy. The refrain is good, but still not like, I wouldn't say insane. Obviously, it's kind of crazy to say that when it does Apple plus Banshee. But still, it's like, you'd rather just have Snake Eye Ash, I feel like. But it's okay, right? Like, it's because you have to play 3 anyways for the Ostinato combo, right? You need 3 refrain anyways for the Ostinato combo, so it's like, it's fine. Refrain is the best normal in the deck. It feels like the most vulnerable normal summon. But oh. Cause like something you guys keep forgetting is that you can't or like, I don't know if you've thought about that, but you can't send refrain away for original, for example, because it needs to send to the graveyard, and you can't do that with pendulums. Just a small example, like if you have a Diabellstar or an original Sinful Spoil in hand, after your refrain gets hand trapped, you still you have to send, like for Diabellstar, you have to send another card from your hand away, But for original, you just can't do it on the refrain, which can sometimes matter, right? Refrain loses to Droll as well. The entire, yeah, it does seem like it loses to Droll. Yeah. Doesn't Couplet also add ostinato? If you do not control any face-up monsters other than melodious monsters, you can add it. Yeah, well, you can add a spell trap, but that doesn't do anything. It just searches the concerto, which is not a play on its own. And ostinato is not a melodious card, so you can't search it. Yeah. So long story short, this is basically it reminds me a little bit of, I hate to say it, but it reminds me a little bit of Super Heavy Samurai. These melodious engines, right? We'll talk about like melodious pure is another story. I don't think pure melodious is even close to the toxicity of like the Vakaushi stuff, right? Like I think pure melodious is a deck that I'm fine with. It's just the kind of stuff that I feel like it really makes me wish they put a harsher restriction on ostinato. Now I know ostinato is like 10 years old and they didn't think it was going to be used in this fashion, but the it's kind of weird how you can just add these cards to any deck and they can help you make like an Appaloosa plus a rank 4 in anything, right? With or without normal summoning sometimes, right? It just feels like this sort of stuff should have stayed in its own archetype. And yeah, and in the archetype I would have been fine with it. Like honestly, in pure melodious I would have been okay with these cards. Like I actually think that the melodious stuff is pretty cool if you just don't transition into an Appaloosa and rank 4 like Banshee to search Poplar, you know what I mean? Like this is like the pure melodious I'm completely on board with. Like that's a cool deck. And this it also is capable of topping events. It did top 8 the YCS, right? Like melodious appears to be a real thing in the format that is worth looking at. Pure melodious seems like a completely fine Yu-Gi-Oh deck, right? The way that the cards are being used here, on the one hand, cool and creative, and I mean that unironically. It is pretty creative to find this sort of stuff, especially because it hasn't been seen in the OCG at all. To what I'm concerned, like I haven't seen that before. It's pretty interesting. However, it gives me major Super Heavy Samurai vibes, like splashing Super Heavy Samurai in any deck to make like a rank 4. You know, does that ring a bell? Like the fact that you can just put a bunch of Vakaushis and whatever into whichever deck and just spam some rank 4s plus Baron or Appaloosa. It kind of does the same thing here. I'm not a fan of that, but they are definitely cards to be taken seriously, apparently. Now, does this mean, is ostinato already like off the charts? Is ostinato already unobtainable? Or what? Oh no, ostinato is fine. It's a common from Soul Fusion. Oh, it's not even that old. Dude, how does this not have restrictions on it? This is from 2019? First, yeah, I know about first movement solo. Movement solo. Yeah, good lord. Oh, God. Man, stop. Well, I mean, it's like, for the engine, you don't need the first movement solo. You only need the first movement solo for the pure deck, right? So at least that's worth something. Okay. The idea behind them printing ostinato back then was for us to end on Bloom Pass. And that's fine. But there's nothing, like, if that was the idea, right? If that was the idea, There was nothing stopping you from slapping a you can't special summon for the rest of the turn other than Melodious on it, right? If that's actually the plan, if you want people to play this in Melodious, if you want Melodious to have a powerful fusion spell, it feels like this is just another lesson that it'll take a while for them to learn, that if they want to make a strong archetype by giving them like really strong support cards, that's fine. But sometimes you need to really make sure that those cards don't end up being just abused in other decks by just putting 2 or 3 of them together, right? Like if you have really strong combo pieces that you want to be unique to a deck, then you need to be careful with where you place the restrictions, because they put restrictions somewhere. First movement solo, which is a card from this is way older than Ostinato, I think, right? When was first movement solo printed? That's like 2014 or something, right? And this card already had restrictions, because apparently they forgot about that 5 years later. Apparently they forgot that was a good idea, right? Without the restriction on the Link 2, I would play Melodious Runic. This card is Link summoned. You can discard 1 card. Oh, this is a fairy. Ho ho! This needs 2 fairies. Special summon 2 Melodious with different levels from your deck. You cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, no, at that point, I'm actually, you know, they should have put that restriction on Ostinato. Let me play Melodious Runic. What's up with that? What's up with that? Why is it good in Runic? Oh, well, you can make it with Hugin. I think that's what they meant. Can you Ghost Bell Ostinato? I think so. Because it has the second effect that summons from the graveyard in the end phase. So yes, you should be able to Bell Ostinato. But your opponent just activates another one, right? Because it doesn't say you can only use 1 per turn. They'll just activate their second Ostinato, and what do you do then? All right. So that's my main takeaway from YCS Rio, is really the performance of the Melodious cards, both in the pure form and in Snake Eyes. Other than that, we have Snake Eyes as the best performing deck by far, not really surprising. We have Tenpai Dragon doing, once again, I'll happily repeat myself. Tenpai Dragon is doing here what it does best, which is performing, but not overperforming, right? It's performing in like the third most successful category, like to the level where it's expected, but it's not like something that people will like main deck for or whatever, right? Like it's the kind of deck where most people are going to put some cards against Tenpai in their side deck, right? And it wants to be in this position, right? It wants to be in this position, and that is to be expected. It did, however, do a little bit better in the Italian Open. However, the Italian Open, while it was a bigger tournament, it was Swiss rounds only. It didn't have a top cut, so it's harder to say what would have happened if those had to play, if those Tenpais had to play elimination matches. On top of the fact that the Snake Eye players were the ones that actually took first and second place, whereas the Tenpai Dragons ended up a little bit lower in top 8. So it's like it seems like the kind of deck that's very well equipped to go X1 or X11, whereas the ones that went undefeated were still the Snake Eye players. But still a good showing for Tenpai, I would say, between the two big tournaments that happened last weekend. So Tenpai, I don't know if we have an example list here somewhere, but I mean, yeah, there we go. This one, bunch of hand traps, bunch of non-engine, all the Tenpais in the ratios that we know. Nothing too crazy here. It does play some link package for when you get debarriered, some emergency plans, I guess, with the Promethean Princess package that can actually OTK when you get debarriered, even though there's no Raging Phoenix. That's odd. There's Heatwave in here. Why is there what's that Time Lord thingy again? Time Lord Progenitor Warp Gate. What is that? It's level 10. Can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. You take no battle damage from attacks involving this card. At the end of the damage step, if this card was special summon from the extra deck, you can activate this effect, banish all monsters your opponent controls. It outs you, Bell. Aren't there like a billion different cards that do that though? Okay. It's funny because people say that Tenpai, that Bell shits on Tenpai, right? Because Tenpai can't out stuff that isn't be able to destroy by battle, right? But then isn't there like a bunch of cards? Isn't there like a bunch of ways to just ignore Bell? Samurai Destroyer was another one we looked at, right? The one that says like when it battles, negate the effects of whatever it battles or whatever, right? But yeah. Yeah, Tenpai is in an expected position. And then we had a bunch of like other decks showing up. Voiceless Voice with a good performance, honestly. The one thing that's worth pointing out about Voiceless Voice is that they had no one. They had 5 people in top 32 and they had no one who made it into the top 8. Voiceless Voice, and that I think that also does make sense in my opinion. Like for the most part, Voiceless Voice seems to be a deck that that can really carry you through the Swiss rounds relatively well, you know, like a X1, X2 kind of thing seems very doable with Voiceless Voice. As soon as you hit those elimination rounds, though, I think it gets a little bit harder when you have to win out. Yeah, they were the second most represented deck in top 32, but they fell off hard going into top 16 and top 8 and so on. But it's still a good showing for Voiceless Voice. We have Emra representing Fluon de Rees in top 16. So that is the only one though. But yeah, no one does it with the birds like Emre does, I suppose. We have Branded. Branded is look, I was expecting a bunch of like I was expecting Branded to be decent. I was expecting more than just one in top 32. There's one in the Italian Open as well. And the same for Pearly, one here and one here. Okay, it's kind of I would classify that as underperforming, but maybe one thing that is worth pointing out with Branded is that one card that people are doing, right? And I think that goes for both decks actually, Branded and Pearly, right? Which are both solid decks, but I think they get randomly like hate crimed at the moment, right? Because one card of choice versus Tenpai Dragon is D-Barrier. A lot of people have been doing D-Barrier. And that card just destroys Pearly and it destroys Branded. So I think that's a big issue for when you're playing those decks. And that's another one of those cases where deck choice can really depend on the format, where even though Branded and Pearly are arguably not the most like prepared for decks at the moment, like most people will not approach their side deck with, oh my god, I need to cover Pearly and Branded because they are so popular, right? But they just get randomly like they get like drive-by hate crime by like D-Barrier, right? Because people just play D-Barrier at the moment. Can we hate on D-Barrier again before the next ban list? Look, we are moving in the right direction with the ban list, and my take on this entire situation is that we are just gonna have a couple of ban lists now where they're gonna tackle the most relevant floodgates in the format one after another, hopefully copium, right? So last format, the most popular ones were Anti-Spell and Summon Limit, and so those got the hammer. And now it's going to be skill drain, D-barrier, deck lockdown, and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's a good chance that we might see hits to those in the future. Yeah. But obviously not a guarantee, but with the recent trends, I think it makes sense to expect it. But yeah. Yeah, and then we also had a Melodious who topped the Italian Open. So interesting results altogether, I would say. But the one thing that wasn't surprising after the YCS that we saw from in the US last week, which was or what was it, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. Before Legacy of Destruction, but with the new ban list, Snake Eyes is still the best deck, guys. Snake Eyes is still the best deck. With one thing that I guess is worth talking about, something that I also wasn't really expecting, mainly because I was going off of OCG again, where in the OCG this card didn't see play. In the TCG this card is seeing play at the moment, and that is Snake Eyes Diabellstar. When an attack is declared involving this card and an opponent's monster, you can place this card from the field and that opponent's monster face up on its owner's spell and trap zones. While this card is a continuous spell, you can target a fire in your grave, place it in the spell and trap zone, and if you do special summon this card, you can only use each effect once per turn. This is something that I find interesting. All the pure decks and OCG play it. They just mainly play Fire King. Oh, okay. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe they are playing it in the OCG, but I've seen a lot of Fire King decks and not the pure decks. Okay, my bad. It wasn't on my radar, at least. Whatever the reason for it was, I didn't expect this card to see a lot of play. But I also haven't looked into its possibilities that much. So it did fly under my radar. The coolest thing about this card for me personally is that it can turn Divine Temple into an extender, right? Because you just put this in the spell and trap zone, and then you can basically swap it with anything from your grave while this summons itself, which is pretty cool. And once you have it in the graveyard, if you ever enter like a grindy game, because hand traps are flying back and forth, right? You can always put it back with Poplar for an extra summon every turn, right? And obviously, because I'm seeing number 38 in the extra deck here, there seems to be a turn 1 combo where you can overlay into Harbinger with the Snake Eye Diabellstar and the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. I don't know what the exact line for that is, I'm afraid, but this is a great way to make Appaloosa and then not immediately die to talents or a change of heart, because you have a spell negator on the field. So once again, long story short, Baron and Savage Band were good, but there's still replacements, and there is still a long way to go when it goes to like addressing Snake Eyes on the Forbidden and Limited list. Like they didn't do enough to Snake Eyes, which is obviously, I mean, that's what we expected. But yeah, protects Apo in battle too. It does protect Apo in battle too. It's a new trend kind of, where this has replaced the Jet Synchron, and it has replaced the Omega Dispatter combo, right? It seems like this list doesn't play it, at least. So yeah, it feels like we play Protect the Apo now, dude. It's almost as if Appaloosa is a ban-worthy card as well. That's crazy. I think it might happen though. I think Appaloosa might get the same treatment as Baron, is my personal prediction, because Baron got banned a couple months after its Rarity Collection reprint. And I think Appaloosa is, I think it's likely that it has the same fate. Because Appaloosa is going to be in Rarity Collection 2. We already know that. Rarity Collection 2 happens in 3 weeks. And I think a couple months down the line, maybe not the next ban list, but I think at some point Appaloosa might be the next big extra deck monster that goes. Because to me, it feels like not even just this recent ban list, but in recent years, it feels like the TCG has already been a little bit more trigger happy on some extra deck cards, like extra deck staples. But yeah, like you know, Kikolo's Elf and all that stuff. We've all gotten rid of that relatively fast. But yeah, which makes me think I also honestly I don't see another timeline for Promethean Princess, to be honest, because Promethean Princess is the kind of card that as long as it's legal, that card is going to be insane. Right? So I honestly don't see how Promethean Princess doesn't end up banned at some point. I don't know when exactly the time is for it, but I think at some point it has to. But okay. So that's the format right now going into the national season. There's still obviously some experimentation to be done, but this is what it's looking like. You know, slightly different versions of Snake Eye at the top. I will say at this point, Fire King Snake Eye is like barely, like literally barely putting up numbers. I would say it's been established that pure Snake Eye is the way to go. Fire King Snake Eye is still a viable deck. It's still, I think it's a lot more fun than pure Snake Eye, but it's definitely not better. So that's that. Princess is not as splashable. I think Princess. I think a Princess Zelantis, and Raging Phoenix package is splashable in every single deck that plays Ash Blossom, unironically. If you have room in the extra deck. And the Hida, maybe. Right? First Nationals is this weekend, right? Are they this early? Is there like is there an overview of all the Nationals somewhere? Dutch Nationals? Oh, is it already? Is it already time for Nationals? And when are all the big Nationals? Because I know German Nationals is in June, so we have quite some time still. But when is okay, there's a link, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, here we go. We have Austria in 1.5 weeks. Belgium in a month. Bulgaria in 1.5 months. Croatia. Okay, Denmark. France is soon. France is in less than 2 weeks. Germany is in, dude, I still haven't booked like a hotel. I need to. Greece is soon. Hungary, Ireland, Italy is 1 week before German Nationals. Okay. Do we have the last one? We do have the last one together with UK. Okay. Are you going to play Paleo at Nationals? I don't think so, no. As much as I like Paleo, I do want to take Nationals as serious as I can. At the same time, I would consider playing Paleozoics for a big tournament if it didn't have that whole can't win in time issue, right? And it just feels really bad playing a really slow deck that pays half its life points at a tournament. Like that'd be that's just setting yourself up for troll despair. But yeah. Side out game 2? Yeah, but like Paleo without rollback is a very bad deck. No. It'd be very funny though, because the Paleo deck just farms Tenpai, right? Like the Paleo deck just cannot lose to Tenpai, which is hilarious. We need first Nats win from Jar. Dude, I'm trying. Cut me some slack. I've been trying for 15 years or something. How good is Pearly versus Tenpai? I would assume. I mean, the problem remains that they play a lot of hand traps. So no matter what deck you're playing, unless it's Paleo, which doesn't lose to hand traps, but like Pearly, if it sets up an unaffected Noir in game 1, you should be winning, even if they let you go first, because I don't think they can really beat that. But are you going to be able to do that, right? Through Imperm, Veiler, Ash, maybe even Ghost Ogre, which is another really good card versus Pearly, right? Ghost Ogre is like another card that is seeing a decent amount of play now because of Tenpai, and because it's also kind of okay against Snake Eye. So, and that also just randomly hits Pearly, right? Maybe this Nats, I dare to say hello and just be unfriendly and shove my cards in your face. It's okay. Can you raid Packbit in Snake Eyes? I'm gonna be honest with you. All of these different versions of Snake Eyes, Melodious Snake Eyes, this pattern, do Trishula Eyes here for some reason. Why is Trishula here? This one is also playing Hope Harbinger. This one is not playing any of it. This one is just playing Lynx and Fucho for Tenpai in the main deck. This one is playing Harbinger and Nightingale. The reality of the entire situation is, if you're playing Snake Eye, for the most part, which kind of extra deck package you're running, unironically, is pretty irrelevant. And that sounds dumb. It sounds dumb to call such a decision almost irrelevant, but the reality of things is, the way this format turns out with all those hand traps is, whoever gets to play the game wins the game. Right? Most of the time. Which is why generally I even thought about not playing something like Jet Synchron at all last format as well, because like, if you get to pull off your combo and your opponent is playing a deck with 18 hand traps and no other non-engine, how are they going to break your board ever? Like, they won't, right? They won't break your board just with engine. And so you're fine, right? And so at this point, it doesn't even matter if you play Omega Dispatter, if you play Packbit, if you play, heck, you can still play, you can probably do some like other stuff as well, like whatever it is. If you can make Harbinger, like, I think it's just a matter of, in some matchups it can actually matter, right? But most of the time it doesn't. Especially in the Snake Eye Mirror match, it doesn't really matter. Have you noticed the hype, the Metal Tronus hype? Well, it's in this deck, Marcus Patel's Metal Tronus. I mean, I'm not surprised. This card is good. I don't know exactly what the main reason for it is here, but it's a really good card. I like it a lot. It's a very flexible removal. I think, like, what are we doing with this, right? Target a face up, like, well, what's the main thing we do? We can out IP Masquerena, we can out SP, we can out Harbinger, we can out Appaloosa, we can out whatever we want, right? The top 8 Melodious Snake Eye also played it. Yeah, I mean, it's really good, isn't it? Like, you can, especially, I think it's especially good against Appaloosa, right? Because you go Metal Tronus, negate their Appaloosa, summon your own Appaloosa, and you just don't banish, so you can make a Zelantis for free, basically. It's like summon Zelantis and negate Appo, for example. Well, it's pretty good if you're playing a Zelantis deck yourself, right? It's like getting a free Zelantis is pretty nice. And it's co-linked because they have Appaloosa, right? They have Appaloosa, so you can just put it where the Appaloosa points, and then you can pop in the battle phase. It's pretty nice. In the profile, they said is going first. That's the other thing. It's a great card going first as well, right? You can just like negate everything they do, pretty much, right? And that's honestly, I'm kind of surprised it's seeing side deck play only, because I think if you think it's good in the format, this is a card you might as well main deck. But I guess it's not a hand trap, so it doesn't quite fit your approach, right? And it also doesn't help you play through hand traps when you go first. But yeah. Is Fire King just gone now? Look, Fire King Snake Eye is still a really, really good deck. And it's still better than a lot of other decks in the format. But the problem is, if you have access to all the Snake Eye cards, if you own those cards, it's just better to play pure Snake Eye. Right? So like, most of the people that are playing other decks, they play other decks because they don't like Snake Eye, or maybe they don't have access to the cards, which is a completely valid reason, right? But if you would like to play Snake Eye cards and you have access to the Snake Eye cards, you're gonna play pure Snake Eye because the deck is better. It really is better. Like, it's just the better deck between the two. So it still is a good deck, but like, there's no reason to play it over pure, essentially. So yeah. Can you make any deck good? I don't think you can make any deck good, but I do think there is a lot of potential in a lot of decks that people don't have on their radar. I think something like that is often possible to turn a deck that is relatively unknown into a like, put up some good results with it. Just add Runic to it, or that's the other option. Yeah. Okay. Those are my impressions from YCS Brazil, YCS Rio, and the Italian Open. I think that is a solid baseline to go off of into national format. I am personally, for me, it's gonna depend, because on the one hand, I said it earlier, I want to take nationals seriously. On the other hand, I've played a little bit of pure Snake Eye, and I really don't enjoy the hand trap heavy mirror matches. I'm gonna try and see if there's a different option for me. Like, I'm gonna try my hardest not to play Snake Eyes at German nationals. We still have 1.5 months, but I do want to try to find something. I can't promise that I will be successful at finding something, but I will. The current iteration of Snake Eyes I just don't enjoy, right? And like, sometimes and sometimes that does play a factor for me, because sometimes I'm just like so much less motivated to try and deck build and innovate and learn or improve at playing a deck that I don't enjoy. So sometimes it can even be better for me to play something that I just like, because then I'll get better with it and find better lists or innovate more and stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's still some time left, but I do think it's looking like Snake Eye is going to be the best deck for nationals, and that's not a surprise, right? Please look at the intro of the new 10-minute testing MBT video. Oh god, what is it? Hold up. Hold up. The U-Bell one? Okay, just the intro.
To truly get U-Bell, to understand the deck, I must place myself in the mentality of the most despicable person on the planet. A German.
What?
Well, Joseph, now that you're in touch with your German heritage, how do you feel?
Has anyone ever tried playing Runic with these cards?
That's funny. Okay, I didn't expect that one. That caught me off guard. That's accurate though. That's fair enough. Oh god, that was a good one. Okay, I was expecting a lot of things. That was not the one I was expecting. Okay, thank you for letting me know that was a thing. That was funny. Oh man. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right, the next thing we're gonna do. Actually, I forgot about this. Hold up. We need to take a quick look at this new card. We need to take a look at this new card before we do the tier list. Carry on. Thank you for the 2 months. Also, Skippo, thank you for the 8. And Ashter for gaming, thank you for the 19. Real Zephyr G, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate the support, everybody. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the channel for as long as you have. There's a new Kuribo card. It's called Detonating Kuribo, which I think is what happened in the anime here. Level 1 Dark Fiend effect monster. 300 attack, 200 defense. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a Kuribo monster card is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, quick effect, you can equip this card you control to that opponent's monster as an equip spell with this effect. The equipped monster's effects are negated. This card isn't good because no one is going to be playing a Kuribo deck. If you were playing a Kuribo deck, even then this card would only be okay, even though it reads like a good card. I mean, it's like an extender that can also be an end board piece or can help you break boards. Actually, yeah, if Kuribo was a playable archetype, this would probably be a solid card in it. However, Kuribo is not a playable archetype, and this card, yeah. I mean, unironically, if a deck could always make Link Kuribo, if it wasn't banned in the TCG, you know, but if theoretically you could think about playing this card in a deck that has a lot of level 1s, right? You wouldn't play it in Snake Eyes, for example, though, right? But you could think about playing it if we had, but because we don't have Link Kuribo anymore, you just can't really do this. Make Link Kuribo and SP summon this. I mean, it's not great though. Like it's like summoning a level 1, making Link Kuribo, special summon this from hand, then make SP Little Knight is not great. And that's the thing why it's awkward to have an extender that also has an effect that you want to keep on the field, right? Like it was a really good card if this was an effect in the graveyard, right? Like then it would be great. If you could use it as an extender, then link it off or synchro with it or whatever, and then it provides an interaction from the graveyard, that'd be an insane card. But because it's like a really weak monster that you are incentivized to keep on the field just to get an imperm, basically, isn't phenomenal, right? Lingaribo doesn't count as a Kuribo, no, because it doesn't have the K in it. Mexit, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, so it's like it's cool. I mean, it's anime support. What are we really expecting from anime support? It's a fine card. Honestly, for anime support standards, it's pretty good, probably. Okay. And moving on. This time, chat, there's not even a need to lie to the YouTube frogs because it's going to be an actual tier list Tuesday. Can you believe it? Probably gonna upload it on a Wednesday just to throw them off. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna talk about some of these decks, some older decks, some decks from Legacy of Destruction. I want to give you guys a little bit of an update of what I think of these cards and decks for the upcoming national season. Keep in mind, once again, that this is going to be a first impression, right? I've taken a look at YCS Raleigh results. I've taken a look at the YCS Rio results. Italian Open first week of Legacy of Destruction has passed. I've experimented with some of these cards myself, not all of them. But I want to give you guys my first impression of decks. Now, not everything is going to be included. Some are hidden behind my face cam at the moment, so some of the stuff that you're mentioning right now might be on it. If I'm missing some of the stuff, you guys can, if you're watching on YouTube, you can ask me in the comments of what I think of any deck. But I did remove some decks that were previously in the tier list just to keep it a little bit shorter, because I added a lot of new stuff from Legacy of Destruction. So feel free to comment down below what you think of the list, and if there's a deck missing and you would like to know my opinion, feel free to comment that as well. Without further ado, let's talk and discuss some of these decks, right? Ascent. Ascent is the first one I want to talk about, and I'm in the same boat as most people. I am slightly disappointed by Ascent. It was a deck that I had high hopes for. I don't know why I had high hopes for it, because it is a TCG exclusive archetype, and the history of TCG exclusive archetypes, you would think that we shouldn't have high hopes in it, but at the same time, we always find different reasons to cope on it. My reason this time was, hey, the artwork is so dope and they put so much effort into like the trailer and the artworks and so on and so forth. Surely they're going to make this one nice. I think Ascent is a... and this is going to be surprising. I think Ascent is surprisingly above average for a TCG exclusive archetype. However, above average for TCG exclusive archetype still means it's not great. Like the deck is... okay, I think it's something. I made this category that I called rogue/small events. Those are decks that I personally think, if you enjoy them and you really want to play them, I think they are good enough to like take to locals. Maybe perform at a regional if you have some good luck and really know what you're doing. But really not more than that, right? And so this is a category where I'm going to put a lot of decks that if they're your pet deck, if you really want to try them, they're going to be completely okay. And I think Ascent is one of those decks. I think Ascent cards, even though they're not good enough, they are functioning, right? They give you, I think now, somewhat of a cohesive strategy, right? It's not a good deck, but it's fine to play at locals, I think, right? Like, I think it's all right. Gold Pride and Goaty are both way better TCG exclusives. I don't agree. Gold Pride, yes. I don't think Goaty is better. No, I don't think Goaty is better. I think Ascent is better than Goaty. Heroes. These are in no particular order, by the way. I just loaded them all from the folder, and they are just in this order. Don't interpret anything into this order. Heroes are an okay deck at the moment. I think they are definitely better than Ascent. I don't know if they have more potential than that. For that, I would actually have to play the deck more. I did order myself the cards because I wanted to try Heroes with 3 Militias. But I don't know if it's good enough, or if I expect it to be good enough to put it into the potential category. Maybe it's fine to put it here, because the potential category is kind of for those scenarios where I don't really know if a deck is playable. Like a deck in the potential category could very well be good, but it could also be down here in any of these two. And I think Heroes is a deck where I'm not certain where it goes. I guess I'll leave it there. I'll leave it at the bottom of this category. I think that's okay. The third Malicious gives me enough hope for it to be an okay deck. It also did get 33rd at YCS Rio. They bubbled with it, so I guess it's fair. Ragnarika is a deck that I personally haven't played because it's a plant combo deck. It's only a third plants though. There's also insects and reptiles, I suppose. Ragnarika is a deck that I haven't looked at much, so take this opinion with a grain of salt. My first impression of the deck is that it's okay. It had 0 impact in the OCG. So I have a hard time putting it any higher than like here. But I will say that a kind of link climbing combo deck is like really badly positioned in the OCG because of Max C. In the TCG, there is like some chance that you can cook something up with it and maybe do okay with it. But I just personally, from the first wave, I don't think it's quite good enough yet. It's probably okay to play at locals. It's probably all right. Um, Branded is a good deck. In the upcoming format, I do wanna emphasize that when I'm putting a deck in good, because technically most of these decks in the grand scheme of Yu-Gi-Oh decks are pretty good decks to even appear in this tier list, right? For us to talk about their competitive viability, they have to be pretty good in the grand scheme of things. But for so there's a lot of nuances even when I call a deck good here. So for Branded, they didn't really suffer anything on the Forbidden and Limited list. They still have the Gimmick Puppet lock. They still are pretty damn strong if they resolve Branded Fusion. But here's the caveat. Here's why I'm not putting it higher in the top tier and so on and so forth. Branded randomly suffers from another deck in the format right now, and that, I guess let's talk about that one next, and that's Tenpai. Tenpai being in the format means that so far, most of the people are citing Dimensional Barrier as an answer to Tenpai Dragon, right? And that card cooks Branded. And so this is another thing that that Branded just really doesn't appreciate. Alongside, like, it's a hand trap format where everyone is playing Ash, but that's usually the case. You can kind of deal with that, right? You can play answers to Ash, and maybe there's some hands that can play through it, yada yada, but you still don't enjoy getting ashed, obviously. You really hate getting debarriered, and so on and so forth. I think Branded is still a good deck, but I wouldn't, like... It's going to go towards the bottom of this good category for me. Tenpai Dragon. Now, I'm going to throw Tenpai Dragon in meta-defining. Even though it is a deck that I personally don't like. And I've said this in the past, I'm not a big fan of Tenpai Dragons. I don't think it is a insanely good choice especially for good players. I think Tenpai doesn't give you a lot of like skill expression in the games because it's relatively linear. It's just like you go second, you either try to hand trap your opponent or board breaker your opponent, and then resolve a very linear 1 or 2 card combo to go for an OTK. And it's very dependent on your opponent to have the answers or not have the answers, right? And that's just that's a thing that I really don't like when I'm playing a deck that doesn't give me the opportunity to really outplay my opponent, and it is really at the mercy of my opponent respecting or not respecting it in deck building, or drawing or not drawing the out to my strategy, right? Like if my opponent has put cards like Dimensional Barrier, or even cards like Simul Archfiends, or even something as weird as Vaboku or Threatening Roar in their deck, and if they draw that, I can't really do much about it, right? So I'm not a big fan of that. However, the deck is still, despite Trident Dragion requiring a lot of money or a really good friend, the deck is still really cheap, relatively easy to play and build, and that is what makes it a meta-defining force, because there's going to be a lot of people playing it. It is still really strong, only because I don't like some of the dynamic it creates. Doesn't mean it's not a strong deck, right? Like, because what happens if you don't draw that D barrier? They just destroy you a lot of the time, right? Like, if they have the right hand traps or the right board breakers, you can't do anything about it if you don't draw the stuff that you side in for it, right? Like, even the Snake Eye decks that put in like Pucho or Lyrilisk Nightingale against it, if they get hand trapped a bunch of times, it's still you still lose, right? Like, if you can't get to the rank 1 Xyz, can't do anything about it, right? So the deck is going to be meta defining by sheer popularity, right? Like, you're going to have to respect Tenpai in your deck building. But if enough people do, if everyone knows how to maneuver around Tenpai cards, if people put stuff against it in their side decks, then the deck is not going to be as successful as it could be if people don't expect it, right? But it's still a meta-defining force, I think, for the beginning at least. Centurion, I think, is a rogue deck in this format. Even though it got slight support in Legacy of Destruction, the support that they got really wasn't what the deck was hoping for, I think. They still have Calamity, so it is scary. The problem with Centurion is it's not the best at playing through hand traps, and guess what? The best decks in the format play a lot of hand traps, so while it could be a really good deck, I still think Centurion has potential in the grand scheme of things. Like, I think Centurion, there could easily be a format in the future where Centurion comes back and is actually like a good deck, right? Right now, though, when like you look at the top decks in the format playing a lot of hand traps into your deck that has a lot of one card starters with not that many extenders, like it's really hard to really pilot Centurion. You can, it's not terrible, it's still good, it's a solid rogue deck. Well, I'm putting it to the very top of this category, but I just don't think it's in an ideal spot right now, right? As a hero player, the deck is not better than Centurion. See, I didn't say that it is. Once again, I'm repeating myself. The potential category does not mean that the decks in here are better than these down here. I think, but for Centurion, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Centurion. I've played Centurion. I understand Centurion very well, and I'm classifying it as a rogue deck. Hero is a deck that I attest potential to for maybe it's better, maybe it's worse. Got it? Okay. Fire King. Let's talk about Snake Eyes together. Let's talk about Snake Eyes. Where's Snake Eyes here? Okay. Talk about Fire King. Fire King is weird because Fire King Snake Eye specifically is a very, very good deck still. Fire King Snake Eye is an incredibly powerful deck, probably better than any other deck on this list except for pure Snake Eye. So theoretically, if we go by sheer power level, I should be putting it here, right? The problem is that if you have access to the Snake Eye cards, if you want to play the Snake Eye cards, right, and you're able to afford them, which is a big deal with those cards, you should almost always be playing pure Snake Eye, right? And so I'll put it in good simply because pure Snake Eyes at this point, if you look at, for example, YCS Rio results, pure Snake Eyes has eclipsed Fire King Snake Eye in representation in every shape or form. There was like 2 Fire King Snake Eyes in top 32 and like 14 Snake Eyes or something, right? And so in terms of what you're expecting to play against and what you should prepare your deck for, it's definitely pure Snake Eye. You should be focusing on pure Snake Eye. There's been a lot of funny ideas on how to beat specifically Fire Kings, like cards like Soul Release or whatever, Cosmic Cyclone, really good cards against Fire King Snake Eyes, but not very good against pure Snake Eyes. And I don't want to like make the impression as if those cards were good choices right now, because for those reasons, they are not that good of a choice, right? Like I wouldn't recommend playing something like Soul Release in the upcoming format. So if I threw the deck up here, you might get the impression like, hey, I need to prepare for Fire King Snake Eye. You really don't. There's not that many. And for the most part, the cards that are good against Snake Eye are also good against Fire King Snake Eye, but not vice versa, right? So it's a good deck still, but for the most part, pure Snake Eyes is the way to go, right? As far as pure Snake Eyes goes, let me say a word or two about them. You can play Kashtira cards in it. You can play Jet Synchron lines in it. You can play Melodious cards in it. That's also a deck that got second at YCS Rio and top 8. All of those versions are good, and I think they only have very marginal differences, to be honest with you. I think for the most part, they function almost the same way. The engines also have very similar purposes, right? Like you play Kashtira cards to bait hand traps. You play Melodious cards to bait hand traps and have like more starters and all that kind of stuff, better play into boards. Kind of the same reason to play those cards. And honestly, the reality is if you resolve your combo, it doesn't matter if you go Omega Dispatter, it doesn't matter if you go Appaloosa plus Hope Harbinger with the new level 8 Snake Eye, it doesn't matter if you put up some Melodious bodies to make a bigger Appaloosa or whatever. In reality, most of the time, because most decks in the format play a lot of hand traps and no board breakers, if you actually get to make a board and they play no non-engine to break it, you win the game, right? Like, because no engine alone breaks the Snake Eye boards, no matter which one you make, right? Your opponent needs like a lot of non-engine board breakers to do that. Most decks don't play that, so if you make a board, you win the game a lot of the times. And even against Tenpai, it's kind of similar, honestly, because most Tenpai decks also play a lot of hand traps. So if you can get through those hand traps and still make a very respectable board, you can probably deal with the field spell with like IP into SP and then be fine. Yeah. Fluanderies. I'll throw it here. It has consistency issues, but I think a shifter deck is solid. I don't know. One deciding factor in whether I think Fluanderies is actually like bottom of good or rogue is its Tenpai matchup. That is something that I'm not certain about. Like, how is the Tenpai matchup? Since I'm not a Flu player myself, I'm not sure. How do they beat Empen? Can't they like activate the field spell and then Black Rose your board? If Black Rose in defense position and then maybe keep playing or something? They can't beat Empen? They can't beat Empen. I'm not sure. If it's a good matchup for Flu, then I think it's a solid deck. Because it's the same as always. Step 1, don't break, which is honestly the hardest step when you play Flu. But step 1, don't break. Step 2, shifter auto wins. Step 3, deck is still pretty good if it doesn't break and go first. So like, it's overall, I think it's a solid deck. I know it's not my favorite. Similar to Tenpai, I don't like the dynamics of Fluanderies, right? A lot of stuff that the player has no control over, whether you break or whether you draw shifter, right? That's the sort of stuff that I personally don't like relying on. But I still think it's a solid deck. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Cash Tira is kind of in the same boat. I personally think I would rather play Flu than play Cash Tira, because Flu just seems a little more unfair in what it does, and a little more like, both of them are shifter decks at the end of the day, but I would think that like Flu has the more, like, it feels more unfair when I play against Flu. Like, it's like, I'm also comparing them when they don't draw shifter. Like, if Fluanderies goes first and draws like Robina, and even if they don't have shifter, they can still feel pretty strong. Cash Tira is like, if they don't have shifter, I feel like you can break their board relatively easily most of the time, you know. Labyrinth is a good choice still. Labyrinth is going to be one of your decks with a better Tenpai matchup. Maybe that makes me want to put it here. Lab is okay. Lab is going to be good against Tenpai, and against Snake Eyes, it's like all right. We saw Labyrinth get second place at YCS Raleigh, which is impressive. And Labyrinth is definitely playable, I think. It's as good as ever, pretty much. Hasn't really changed that much. You can have Karma Cannon is really good against Tenpai Dragons. D-Barrier is obviously really good against Tenpai Dragons, and you can access it. The deck is not super weak to a lot of the common hand traps in the format, like Imperm and Veiler are only okay against it only if you have Ariana, basically. And the cards like Ghost Ogre and Nibiru are completely terrible against it. Droll and Lockbird doesn't do much against it. So a lot of cards that people are playing right now are not good against Labyrinth. And I think that is a good thing to benefit off of, right? Like, that's the main difference between a deck like Branded and Labyrinth right now. I'm actually going to throw Lab over Branded, because like Labyrinth is good. Both are rogue decks, or both are not rogue decks, but both are like tier 2 decks that are playable. But one of them is good into the decks that into the cards that people are playing, which is Lab, you know, good into all kinds of non-engine that people are playing at the moment. Branded is rather mediocre into the non-engine that people are playing. So I think Labyrinth is solid. This is probably my favorite thing out of Legacy of Destruction, and that is the new Lightsworn stuff. I'm gonna throw this way up here. I think the Lightsworn cards have great potential. I personally played them with Runic at my locals last week, and the deck felt really really good. I made a deck profile for that. If you haven't seen it yet, it's on the YouTube. The deck is really really cool, and also it felt strong. But because I realized that I'm being biased towards a Runic deck once again, so I'm putting it in potential, okay? I'm not putting it in good or meta defining. Calm down. I think the Lightsworn cards themselves are incredibly strong cards. Whether you put them in Runic or in some other deck, I played with those cards and I was just there like, there has to be a way to make these cards like good, right? These cards are strong. I really like what, like, one Dragonling creates a lot of card advantage. Milling is a good is like historically good in a lot of different strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh. I think there is very very solid potential to this archetype of Lightsworn. Whether this is the right format for it, maybe not. Like I think it's hard to say whether I would attest these cards the biggest chances to really do well right now. But they are very good cards, I think. Yeah. Melodious. Melodious is something that, I'll admit it, until like a couple days ago, I wasn't even going to include Melodious in this. Like I just glanced over those cards in Legacy of Destruction, and that's my bad, honestly. I should have taken a closer look at them apparently, because currently the Melodious cards are really popping off. The Melodious cards have been showing up in countless top cuts at regionals, Italian Open, YCS Rio. Melodious cards are everywhere. Not everywhere, but like very well represented. And that is in two ways. The pure Melodious deck, which is putting up some results, but still impressive. And then there's the Melodious package in, for example, Snake Eyes, right? Where it almost feels like a super heavy samurai engine, and they play, what is it, like 3 refrain, 1 couplet, 3 ostinato, and 1 concerto with 2 of the fusion, the extra deck, and you can do a lot of nasty stuff if you open ostinato. Like, 1 ostinato gives you basically everything you want, and it's... 1 ostinato is like full Snake Eye combo without normal summoning and all that kind of stuff, right? So, the Melodious cards are good. And you can play them in other stuff as well. Yeah, I've seen Voiceless Voice play them, yeah. Voiceless Voice is another deck that can play them. As far as pure Melodious goes, pure Melodious is probably decent. But nothing crazy. Like pure Melodious, I would probably throw like right around here. But combining it with the like, I think Melodious stuff is really good. The stuff has really impressed me with its performance in the first weekend. I really think it's worth taking a look at. I don't know if that means I should throw it in the very top of potential, or if it's confirmed good already. I don't know. But this feels more accurate, because I feel like at this point, like something like Lightsworn still have to be proven to be good. I think the Melodious stuff has already proven to be good. I feel like it's confirmed at this point with all the results. It's not like, because it's not like one Melodious that topped somewhere. It topped YCS Rio, it topped the Italian Open, it topped regionals. It got second place at YCS Rio with Snake Eyes together. Like I feel like it's confirmed that it's good and a thing for this format, even though I haven't played it myself yet. But once again, that's the caveat with these tier lists. It's always my first impression. But this, I feel like this is like confirmed to be a thing. So yeah. Memento. I don't know. I feel like Memento is the first one I'm going to throw here. But this is not definitive. This is something that could still work out. I think Memento with the next wave of support from Infinite Forbidden, I think it's going to move up in this thing. I think it's going to move up. I think it's going to be okay. Maybe even better than okay. The new fusion card that they're going to get is actually insane. The fusion that they got in Legacy of Destruction is already good. The Twin Thunder Dragon memento is good. But I don't think the deck has quite what it takes yet. It doesn't really have the right end board yet for it to work out. But I think the Infinite Forbidden set is going to change that. But for now, I think Memento is not that great. Orchist is a deck. I only included Orchist because Harp just came back and because Ben got second place at the Berlin Regional with it. Clearly showing that the deck can do okay at smaller events. The event wasn't even that small. It was over 200 players. I think Orchist still doesn't get more than this from me. Like, I have a very hard time seeing how Orchist can consistently put up results. I think it's a very fun deck. And if you, and that's the good news. If you want to, you can definitely play it at like locals or regionals. Like if you just really enjoy it. Like the decks down here, you really need a good reason to play them, right? Your reason to play Orchist is not, I think Orchist is the best deck. Your reason to play Orchist is you like Orchist and you want to play Orchist. And if you build it well and if you play it well, I think the deck is okay, right? If those are your reasons for playing Orchist, then by all means go for it. I still think it's a fun deck that if you're a little lucky, you might even be able to keep up with some of the decks up there. But it's definitely a challenge if you're playing Orchist. But that can be fun too, right? Pearly. Pearly I don't like for a couple of reasons. Now Ding Kang Pham is not gonna like what I'm about to say, but I don't think Pearly is very well positioned in the format at the moment. They did get a boost from the second Delicious, but at the same time, I just don't see how the deck is meant to perform in this environment. Like it seems incredibly hard to play Pearly into a lot of hand traps, into a lot of Ghost Ogres as well. Into Dimensional Barrier, into you're not even the best deck without those cards. Like, even if people didn't play those cards, Pearly would probably just be somewhere in good. But people are playing those cards. And they are incredibly good against Pearly. Plus, the deck has a big issue when it comes to time because of paying 500 for my friend Pearly and being a relatively slow deck. I'm throwing it here. I'm sorry, Pearly community. I don't think right now is the time. Even though the deck in a vacuum is still good, right now it's just not the right environment, right? People are playing D-Barrier, people are playing Ghost Ogre. It's just not ideal. And honestly, it's like you can't even say that the deck is good against Veiler and Imperm because that heavily relies on drawing the field spell. If you don't have the field spell, your opponent can Veiler and Imperm you all day. And that's kind of a gamble as well. So I don't know. I don't know about Pearly, man. I just don't think it's great. That doesn't mean that a good player can't perform with it. Once again, like Ding Kang Pham is proving that it's still possible to do that. But I personally don't expect Pearly to be showing up in large numbers and pull up good results. Runic. I feel like I can't even talk about Runic anymore without being made fun of. Okay, I think that this is a problem. This is a problem. I can't even mention Runics anymore without being made fun of. Dude, what can I say? I feel like Runic has potential. Man, they're good cards though. Runics, okay, a couple of things. Hear me out. Runics, there's a couple of different ways you can play Runics. One way that is unfortunately good is Runic Stun. That's not the one I want to really focus on. But Runic Stun, in case you were wondering, Runic Stun I think is a playable deck in the format, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't really Can't really sugarcoat that. I don't like that, but Runic Stun is probably okay. I don't know how good the Tenpai matchup is because Tenpai doesn't care about the Synchro Zone that much, but that's besides the point. Runic combo decks. There are two that I think are playable. Oh, well, like maybe there's more that are playable, but like what's out there right now? There's Runic Bestial, there's Runic Lightsworn, there's Runic Furhire Sprite, there's other versions of Runic Sprite, and there's like Runic Plunder. Those are, I would say, the main Runic versions. Don't get me started on Runic Thunder Dragon, please. Never mention that again ever. Runic Plunder, I would say, is a solid rogue deck. Runic Furhire Sprite is probably also a solid rogue deck. Runic Bestial and Runic Lightsworn, I think, are between potential and good. I think those decks are solid right now. Like, Bestials are well positioned into this format. Bestials are good into Labyrinth. Bestials are good into Branded. Bestials are good into Snake Eyes, which is ironic because it's a fire deck, but like banishing IP Masquerena is really powerful. Especially now that without Baron and Savage, the IP Masquerena is arguably their best endboard piece. Runics are good into Voiceless Voice, which is another deck later down the line. They're good into some other decks. Like the Bestial cards are very valuable. I think Bestial Runic is still a force to be reckoned with. And I think the Lightsworn Runic deck has a ton of potential, right? And that's all I'm going to say about Runic without being made fun of, okay? Well, yeah. The Shining Sarcophagus archetype, I just wanted to include it for completion's sake. I think it's meh. I don't know. It could be a fun experiment to bring it to locals ones, and maybe you can do better than you expect. But it's higher. You really think so? You can play it with Runics? Oh well, then it's at least up here then. Nah, I don't know. I don't know how good they really are. This is, once again, I think they are. When I read them, and I read them for a second time last week, even. I didn't think they sounded that great, but that is my impression. If you wanna try it and maybe see if it's good enough to take down a locals, go for it. But I personally don't think they're that great. Sky Striker, like pure Sky Striker is probably here. Unironically, like pure Sky Striker is just not a great deck. What I want to talk about is Sky Striker as an engine, and I think that one has potential. I wouldn't recommend anyone to play pure Sky Striker, but putting Sky Striker cards in other decks with 3 engages, I think is a good approach. It's already seen some success in different decks. I've seen various different decks using the Sky Striker cards. Like I obviously played a Board Breaker Snake Eyes version before. That one was actually quite fun and solid. I've seen people put them in Tenpai because just a lot of power spells, Board Breakers, and then engages to draw extra cards. I think that's also something you could consider. The cards can be played in Orchist or other decks, like where they're solid. They're just solid cards, I think. The Striker package can definitely find a home somewhere. Tearlaments, I'll throw in potential for 2 reasons. The first reason is that I think there is something if you pair them specifically with Lightsworn. That one I could see. The other thing is like the third Malicious in some Beatrice spam version could also be okay. I think the old school, like from the last couple formats, Tearlament decks, I would probably put in Rogue. But because of the potential pairing with Lightsworn cards, that deck, you could mess around with it. Because like one Lightsworn Dragonling, if you can set it up, is like mill 4 cards with Minerva and then make a zombie vampire. So it mills 8 cards. I think that is a version of the deck that can have some potential. I think it's fair to attest that version some potential if that's a combo that it has, right? So yeah, Yubel. I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by some of Yubel's showings in regional events. It hasn't done anything at YCS events. For what I'm concerned, I don't think they topped YCS Rio. The deck, I personally think the deck is like here until we get the new fusion. With the new fusion though, with the new fusion, it probably goes here. Right? It already works. It already does work. I'm not putting it in bad. It's a playable deck. But I don't think it's that good without the new fusion. And then also, you guys are saying it beats Tenpai. There are a bunch of extra deck tools for Tenpai to beat Yubel, and the people are playing those already. Right? I think it's a solid deck. I don't think it's better than the ones up here though. I think there is a difference between the decks that I put in good and the Yubel deck still. Yeah. And then we have some other, we have Voiceless Voice. Voiceless Voice, I think I'm going to throw here. Voiceless Voice is like the definition of a good tier 2 deck. It's got a very, very solid turn 1. It's got a lot of... One cool thing about Voiceless Voice is that it's basically full of... Like, a lot of its cards are starters and extenders at the same time. It's really good at playing through hand traps because of that, right? You have, like, Soravis to negate Imperm and Veiler. If some of your cards get ashed or Veilered or Impermed, you can just have another card to make up for it, and a lot of the cards work in the same way. You have access to a lot of powerful extenders or spell cards like Prosperity and Pre-Preparation of Rites to get your combo pieces even if you get stopped somewhere. The deck has combo lines through Droll. It's just a very solid deck. It doesn't have a lot of, like, it doesn't have crazy lines you have to learn. It's not the hardest deck. It doesn't give you the most skill expression, but it's fine. It's solid. It puts up strong boards. It has a decent room for non-engine, not the greatest, but it's okay. The showings, like, it's just a very clear third best deck, I think. But behind Snake Eyes and potentially Tenpai. It's like, it's even been putting up higher numbers than Tenpai at some point, but I just don't think it's as meta defining as Tenpai. But it's a good deck for sure. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace I personally don't love. It's probably a rogue deck. It's probably playable with a small Poplar package like Diabellstar, Bonfire, Poplar. It's okay. But I'm not loving it. I'm not loving it. You think an illusion type deck is good? I mean, if anything, it would be Chimera. I haven't included Chimera just because I haven't seen it. It wasn't on my radar. Chimera is probably okay. Probably somewhere between Rogue and Potential. In different versions. Like Chimera Pure or Chimera Runic. It's probably okay. Sprites. Sprites are like way here, probably. Probably right about where I would put a pure Sprite deck right now. Don't really see Sprite having the most oomph to really beat those decks most of the time. It's like, it's funny how removing one elf has completely destroyed Sprites so hard. I don't know. The best way to play Sprite is probably what we already talked about, and that's probably Runic Sprite versions. In Runic Sprite decks, the Sprite cards are still pretty good. In Pure, they don't do enough anymore, it feels like. It's kind of like what's starting to happen to the Kashtira cards, right? Like the Kashtira cards still seeing like splashable play in other decks. The Pure Kashtira deck is kind of starting to fall off. It's kind of what happened to Sprite as well. But yeah. Unchained is like right around here. It's fitting that I'm putting it next to Yubel because there is a version that plays both together, and that's also solid. I personally don't think Unchained is that great. It's worth noting that Nico and Daniel Hartmann have been putting up some results with it, which is cool to see. I do really like Unchained. At the same time, those were like smaller regional results, right? So that's pretty much exactly representing the tier that I'm putting it in, right? I'm putting it in the rogue / smaller events where it's completely fine tier, and that's exactly what they've been showing, right? It can definitely top and win regionals, which is solid, but I don't think it has what it takes to really be compared to a lot of the decks up here. And then we got Vanquish Soul, which to me is the definition of this tier. It's like it's probably the very best out of those. If you play Shifter, it's probably not worse than Kashtira though. If I'm putting Kashtira up here, Vanquish Soul probably has to go up here, right? Yeah. Vanquish Soul's okay. It's probably a Shifter deck if you want to play it. If I had to rank the Shifter decks in themselves, I would say Flu, then Vanquish, then Cash, and then the other Shifter decks. So yeah, maybe it's like maybe it's this way, maybe it's that way. It's whatever. Maybe it's this way. It's all arbitrary. I mean I've told you what I think about the deck. I think Vanquish Soul is playable. I think I like this the most. This spread I think I can get behind. I think I would play Flu and Vanquish Soul definitely before I would play Kashtira. Yeah, that's all right. I can live with that. And now we're putting Ascent here for everyone who is scrolling all the way to the back of the video. Skipping the entire tier list, and then they're going to be like, what the hell, why is Ascent meta defining? And then they're going to scramble and go back through the entire video to see what I said about Ascent and why it's so good. Easy clap. Outplayed. So I think once again, I want to. There's always, whenever I do these, there's a lot of people in the Twitch chat and the comments who slightly disagree about certain decks. They say like that this should be a little bit higher. What do you mean this deck doesn't have potential? It's straight up bad or it's straight up good. This is my first impression. There's a lot of decks on here that I have only barely seen in action, only looked at in theory, not played much myself. And take it with a grain of salt. That's why it's always important to listen to what I'm saying when I talk about those decks. Because if I put a deck in potential because I don't know that much about it and I think it could do well, I'll tell you that, right? And if like, yeah. But I hope you find this helpful in your decisions to you know, to prepare your decks for your upcoming tournaments, locals, regionals, nationals, whatever it may be. Let me know what you think of the list in the comments down below. And once again, feel free to ask me for any sort of deck that I haven't included, because I did take out some of the decks that were in the folder previously because I didn't want it to be too long, and it probably already was pretty long. But yeah. If you watch on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Make sure to comment, like, and subscribe, all that much to do all that stuff to support the channel. Appreciate you for watching, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye, YouTube. Hello from the future. Yes. Sleeping on plants once again? No, I'm sleeping during plant's turn once again. What's your opinion on Goblin Biker / Marincess? They're probably both in this category right here. I think Marincess. Marincess isn't terrible, but it's really sad if you compare Marincess to something like Snake Eyes, because they're kind of the same concept, but like worlds apart. Where like both are, hey, I'm playing a lot of like 1-card combos with a decent amount of hand traps, and then it's like Snake Eyes around the corner, where their 1-card combo just generates 10 more cards than yours does, and they even have more room for non-engine. It's just like kind of sad. You didn't go over Valmonica at all, even though they're as new as Memento. Yeah, because Valmonica I think is pretty irrelevant. Unfortunately. Opinion on Vanadium? Opinion on Baron Ban? Question mark. Swampy, thank you for the 2 months. Runic Chimera is a fun deck. It's just like you're just sitting down and printing cards, right? Very fun. Oh, Dream, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that. Also, Octi PFL TTV, thank you for the first time Prime as well a while ago. All right. So what we're gonna do next, we actually got through this a little bit faster than I thought. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna build my deck for locals, including checking out Yuri's updated version of the Paleo deck, because I'm gonna play the Paleo deck at locals later today and tell you how it went tomorrow. So I will well we will switch to that in a second. I just need to go to the toilet really quick, and then I'll be right back. I'll leave you the thing on the screen. Let me put the VODs back where it was, and yeah, I'll be right back, and then we built the locals deck. It's not traditional format this time. It's actually advanced constructed. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Up. Okay, that is that. Now, Blood Rain, thank you for the 19 months. I'll ash your ostinato in the hopes that you don't have a second one. Do you have a second one? No hand trap tier list today? Actually not. I could have. I just don't have it prepared. But I wanted to. I've noticed that like recently the interest in like these board breaker / hand trap tier lists has kind of gotten a little lower. At the same time, I still want to make it, but I wanted to make it a hand trap. Like basically, I'm just gonna do a non-engine tier list where I do both. Like I just include the hand traps and the non-engine that I think is worth talking about for the format, and put them all into one. I just didn't have the time, or I didn't think of preparing that for today because I wanted to make sure we had enough time to build my locals deck. But we could do that. Yeah, we could do that soon. It's hard when it's just the same 15 cards every format in different positions except Ash. I mean, the thing is, though, you are on the one hand, you're right. On the other hand, that is just the process that you have to go through as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? You have to go back to like old cards that you already know, but you have to like reevaluate them. You have to be able to be like, okay, this card that I used to really like is not great right now. I have to rethink my usage of it. Or like the other way around, like a card that I've ignored for years because it was never good, maybe is good now. Like that is an important process to go through every format. Like you can't play the same non-engine for like two years straight, right? But that might be one of the issues why the videos aren't as performing as well as they maybe did once, right? Because those tier lists used to be like the best performing videos on my channel. They are not anymore. They still perform okay. It's nothing wrong with it. I can still do it, but it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? It's yeah. B Hunter, thank you for the 12 months. How are you 12 months subscribed and now ask if Fire Fists are still good? How is that a thing? I feel like I'm being trolled. I feel like I'm being baited, but no, Fire Fists are not good. Jojo check, thank you for the 19. I think I said that twice, but appreciate that. Okay. Let's look into Paleozoics. I'm gonna play Paleozoics at my regional today. I already have most of the cards, or I should have all the cards here with me on my desk already. So we can build that in a second. Before we hop into building my own, I want to give a quick shout out and a quick look at Yuri's updated list, because this is Yuri's deck profile. We have we've looked at it like 2 weeks ago. We've looked at Yuri top 4ing a regional with Paleozoics. That's where the idea of playing the soldier dragons came from, and he top 8'd another regional with an updated version of the deck, because the other one was also old ban list. So let's check out the new updated version and see if there's any other spicy ideas. I hope there's nothing too spicy, because then I might not be able. I mean, I probably won't have the card if there's something super crazy in there, but we'll see. But yeah. Today, does the regional end at 2 AM? It's locals, not regionals. I'm going to locals today. They start like right, like I have just enough time to get there after I end stream. So yeah. Did you see Laundry shoot up to 15 in? There's no way. There's no way. ECG player. I don't believe you. Laundry Dragon Maid. Nah. Nah. Oh my god, look at that curve. There's no shot. Come on, guys. It's my pet deck, dude. It's just my pet. That's not my fault. I'm not allowed to play my pet deck. Come on, man. Is it the same in Europe? There's no way. There's no way card market users will let that happen. Okay. It's climbing a little bit, but it's not like, it's not crazy. It's fine. Dude, what the hell is this, man? Why is it $15, man? There's no shot. Man, that's so funny though. Okay. Look at English copies. Wait. I mean, yeah, okay. There is not many though. There's genuinely not many. Dude, I bought mine like a couple days ago. I bought mine after the stream where we tried the deck. I bought mine. But there's actually like almost none left. What the hell? That's scary, man. They are £8 on UK eBay. That is crazy. Maybe I should. Maybe I should start. Just be a vendor as well. That's crazy, dude. Stop doing that, dude. Can't I just enjoy a deck without everyone going apes over the cards? At my locals, 3 people play Paleo now. Dude, the deck is so fun though. You did this? I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm proud of it. I don't care. I'm proud of it. I'll admit it. I'm making Paleo great again, and I'm proud of it. Anyways, let's look at Yuri, who's got another regional top with Paleozoics.
I'm back with another Paleo deck
back.
profile. I topped another regional back to back. So James Hakuna Matata asked me to come back again because the last profile was kind of the last tournament of the previous ban list. So he wanted to know if I made some changes post ban list.
He's using a cam from 2007. Well, first of all, it's not that bad. Second of all, they're just not a content creator. Like, who cares?
I made a couple of changes.
All I care about is the Paleozoics.
I just want
maybe the camera is as old as the Paleozoics.
I'm just going to show you. And of course, this time I want to give a huge shout out to Joshua Schmidt and his entire Twitch chat, because some of the IDs and it was an inspiration. And there was a spicy tech in the deck because of the Twitch chat of Joshua
Dude,
Schmidt.
elemental burst!
Shout out to them.
We're bursting. There's no shot. We're definitely bursting.
Of course, we're still on the backjack, the boy. Consistency, no explanation needed. We're still on Soldier Dragons. This gives you so much advantage, both going first, both going second. It's crazy to play this into Tempai.
Dude, I love Soldier Dragons, man.
I usually just go straight for the Dragon Maid. Because if you go Soldier Dragons into Dragon Maid, it's just black rose you and you lose all your monsters. I'm still on 3 Dragon Maids. Against better judgment maybe, but 2 is enough. But I'm still on 3 because I just like it. I actually like opening this one because I just like to feel my graveyard. I cut the tidying because that's really? More of a heartbreak.
Dude, I like the tidying, but in Master Duel, I was a big fan of tidying, bringing back this for an extra body, more mills, and being able to put the tidying back with Lee and Kolia whenever I wanted it. I like the tidying.
Unless you open these, but maybe I'm gonna test it again. But I wanted to test other cards, and yeah, I'm still not on Radic Shield, by the way. The spell lineup is exactly the same. Triple Tune, Triple Desires, still Triple Morganite. I was testing a while with 2, which is also.
I'm thinking about playing without Morganite today, Yuri. What do you think? I might not play Morganite today. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure.
Possible and one reasoning. I tested the demise again in the last weeks, but wasn't that great. Triple Morella, Triple Incoidia, Triple Canadia, Triple Dynamiscus, and Triple Olenoides. You need at least all these 50.
I'd play at least another draw trap. Yeah. You need some draw power in the deck. I'm just wondering if it is Morganite.
You can against certain matchups you can maybe side.
Because I was testing the Hope for Escape version, and that one was also kind of cool. The most recent one I played on Master Duel had Hope for Escape with like pay half and then draw 2, pay half again, draw 3.
14 in your main deck. I sometimes do that like with the Canadian against Voiceless Voice because you can target them all.
Can we give Yuri VIP for the channel? Sure, the Paleo Enjoyer can have VIP.
All the Paleos kind of suck, so
can you do that? I don't know. Can mods do that?
Triple rollback. Like I said in previous deck profile, this is your heart and soul of game 1 and 2. But
Let me
going
see.
into
Okay.
close to time, you try these
Mods.
out. But yeah, just an amazing card. If
We
Polio
can't.
ever get hits on the balance, it's
Dude, I need to do everything myself.
probably the one that's getting hit. Trap Trick, your best rollback targets. Get you almost everything in your deck. And if you copy it with
Dude, yesterday, no, 2 days ago, I even had to do the work twice, dude. I changed the in preparation for the stream. I updated the stream title, and then one of my mods just changed it to something else, and I had to change it back. Stop doing that.
rollback, you don't have to get the restriction. Needlebug Nest, this gets ashed almost every time. Triple Karma Cannon, Interruption, Triple Fiend Griefing, Interruption, and Consistency. Okay, so I decided after the last
Mine was
regional
funnier. Come on, man.
stand there that I didn't want to play these anymore. But after some testing and discussing with some friends of mine about other matchups like Tempire, for example, I and Snake Eye, I decided to give them another shot, and they were better than in West End. I'm still not convinced about these, but they sound better than they.
The thing is, the really weird thing about Ice Dragon's Prison, and I'm still not sure if I want to play it, but like, technically the card is good, but it's also really most of the time just a one-on-one disruption, which is a good, like, it's good in general, but for the most part, this deck really doesn't want to interact with your opponent's cards one-on-one, right? You really don't want to like fight each monster that they have separately, right? You're really trying to look for more impactful cards. And Ice Dragon's Prison doesn't really help you there. I think the only good thing about Ice Dragon's Prison is that there are some matchups where having the ability to banish something permanently is like important, right? It's like if you're, yeah, that's what you're saying, right? If you're playing Labyrinth, for example, having a card that can just banish Lovely or Lady for good is really good, right? And sometimes even in the Snake Eye matchup, like banishing both Flamberges is insane, right? If you can get it off, right? And so like it's a it's fine in those particular spots, but in like the average game, especially when you open Ice Dragon's Prison, it's like kind of mediocre. However, the thing about playing a card at 1 or 2 copies in this deck is that if you ever get it into the graveyard, you have access to it as often as you want, right? Like if there's one matchup where Ice Dragon's Prison is good, you're going to be able to use it like 10 times. And if there's a matchup where Ice Dragon's Prison is bad, you're only going to have to use it once when you draw it, right? You use it once and then it's fine, and then you just have it sit in the graveyard and don't care about it. But if it's good in a matchup, you're getting like as many uses out of it as you want. So maybe it's okay.
They play. So I'm still not convinced. And yeah, they not don't yeah. I like them in practice, but in tournaments they feel short. Like I still don't know.
It's me, I'm Yuri, can I borrow 3 bonfires?
New addition to the deck is Threatening Roar.
Ooh.
For Tempai. But I still play the Tuaboku.
Okay. You really think we need 5? I'm not sure about that. Also, I don't agree that Threatening Roar is better than Vaboku. What's the reason for that? Isn't Roar just better than Vaboku? Okay, so my reasoning for playing Vaboku is that you can use it on your own turn. The thing about Tenpai is they main Lightning Storm. Yeah, but like you have Rise to Full Height for that, no? Like, I think I guess the crux is you have to like, if you have a Paleo in the grave already, it's fine, right? Because you just chain like a trap and then you have Rise to Full Height to. What? Okay.
So the thing is,
are you playing 60? Is this? I don't want to go back and count. Was this 60? Because technically, without grass, it doesn't have to be 60, right? It could be. This is 60. Okay.
this is more like a stallers deck, and then and you look for a point where you can hit them. Like you wait for a point, for open spots,
Yeah.
so you can go for the kill, go for the control. So these cards help you with that. Same with, of course, Rise to Full Height. And I didn't want to play like the full 9 defensive cards. You also have like Karma Cannon. But Waboku was better than Threatening War against like every other matchup than Tenpai.
Well, why is it bad? Why is Waboku bad against Tenpai? Or like it's not bad, but why is it worse? Because they can still do some attacking and trigger their stuff, right? That's why. They can still enter the damage step. Yeah, they can still like attack and trigger their stuff. But do you lose to that? Or is it like not that big of a deal? Because what do they get from that, right? They like link climb up to the level 10 synchro and maybe a Trident Dragion as well. Like what does that mean? It means they can Black Rose easier. I mean, they can always Black Rose, can't they? And like your stuff is immune to Black Rose. Right?
Still want to play these. The Threatening War and the Waboku.
They can make a board while killing shit. I mean, they're not killing shit if you Waboku. Because we're comparing Waboku to Threatening Roar. So it's like the difference is they can attack and do some stuff. They can set up Ruddy Rose Dragon. Ruddy Rose Dragon does it banish all cards or only monsters? Banish all cards from the graveyards. Okay, Ruddy Rose Dragon can be annoying.
For the reason Tenpai plays like Lightning Storm in the main deck. Some even play like RP Feather Duster in the main deck. And you don't want to get sacked by them. If they activate those and you don't have one of these or a rollback phase.
Not Tenpai related, but Roar stops Zeus as well. That's true, but this is the comparison that I'm drawing, right? Because that has never been an issue for me. Like, my opponent making a Zeus against a deck where every monster is unaffected by it and every trap can be chained has just never been a problem. I don't remember this deck ever losing to Zeus for me. Like, and I kind of figure it might be the same versus Tenpai, but it's I agree most of the time Threatening Roar is safer against Tenpai. And the fact that you can use Waboku on your own turn, I don't know how often I've actually done that. Because in theory, you can use Waboku on your own turn to bring back a Paleo if you need to, and you can also use Waboku on your own turn to be able to crash without taking damage, and then you can make your own Zeus. Those are two valid reasons for Waboku. Outside of those two scenarios, Threatening Roar is usually better.
He's down with the Karma Cannon, for example. Yeah, you just lose.
Asking what's better in 2024, Threatening Roar versus Waboku, what a time to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, welcome to the Josh stream.
You still lose to Tenpai, even though it's like a great matchup for you. You need these. And the last card in the main deck, shout out again to the Twitch chat of
yes!
Joshua Schmidt. Elemental Burst. It sounds like a funny and bad deck.
It's so good, man.
But I resolved it like multiple times. I resolved it against my trap trick opponents. I resolved
it's so good.
Against Runic. I resolved it. I think this tournament and the OTS the same weekend together, I resolved this like 5 times, maybe 6. Also, my Labyrinth opponent at the OTS Championship, he resolved this against me with his rollback on his field.
That's not.
So he
That's
copied my
annoying.
elemental burst against me. So that was a little bit scary. So Sight is out against Labyrinth. Just a small advice.
Bro got a reverse elemental bursted, dude.
That was 60 card main deck. The extra deck, I decided to cut one Opabinia.
No.
You never really need the third one.
No.
I like the third one, but you don't need it. So I decided to cut it for another other cards. 200 Malakaris. This one you do need at least a 2.
Yes.
Still on 1 toad. So win more. Sometimes it's fine. I'm back on Gigantic Sprite and also on Centaurea instead of like the third Opabinia. They have both like their own uses. Like I said on the deck profile, Sky Cavalry Centaurea is needed just to walk over an SP and then make use. And Gigantic Sprite has like multiple uses. It's like a beat stick together with the Paleolink. It also can like summon like your dragons from the main deck, but you rarely do that. But the best interaction I did with this is I made this with Camber Rester underneath it. I used this effect to special something, and then I walked over a Flamberge Dragon.
Yeah, that's the best.
So he couldn't special summon with Flamberge Dragon because we're both locked in level 2s, and that was something I loved. Like,
dude, I think the extra deck space is genuinely becoming a problem with how many cards people are suggesting that are actually good, right? Including like I currently have 15 cards here. Mine doesn't have Gigantic at the moment because of the Marincess and Zelantis stuff.
It's just a small interaction that's actually comes up more than you would think. Downer Magician, of course, still 2 Zeus.
You need 2 Zeus.
Like we discussed, 3 sometimes is good, but you just have space issues. One Typhon. Typhon is like needed. It's mandatory. You make this sometimes more than in certain matchups. You make this more like than Opabinia or something. I'm on Anima now instead of Linkuriboh. I'm still debating between this and Almirage. The only reason Anima is here instead of Almirage is for one simple reason. That's reasoning. If I special summon a backjack from Almirage, from reasoning, you can as easily make this. I also like stole like 2 cards with this card. People still don't respect the Anima Zone, even though we're in the Snake Eye format. Camber Racer, Anemone, and Zelantos are in here as well. I did the line once in the regional. I did it twice at the OTS Championship though. I didn't top the OTS Championship.
I did it totally so often
my fault. But I topped the regional, so that was fine. Yeah, I'm actually debating about still playing the SP Little Knight again, but I don't know what I could cut. Like I'm.
So here's the thing. I really like Gigantic, but I do kind of think if you play Gigantic, you really want SP. They're kind of like 2 cards that go together. Right? Because like Gigantic into a level 2 and then making an SP with that is a pretty strong play. Outside of like, because I have SP in mine at the moment, but I don't even know if I need it because without Gigantic, I don't see myself really making it very often. But maybe it's just take out Cavalry and play SP and play Gigantic with SP.
Maybe you can cut like still one of these exceed like the Gigantic or the Centaurea. But I don't know. Like, so SP is only good with like the Gigantic, so I'm still debating what to cut if I want to play it. We're still on the side deck. We're still on the Scary Shot package. I was debating with some friends, the other Paleo guys, if you also should play.
Dude, who are these guys? Who are the Paleo guys?
The Nun. But I think this is fine enough. Like every time I went to rent.
Why am I not
into
part
time,
of the
this
Paleo
time
guys?
I used it actually. I used it multiple times, and every time I went close to time, this just won me the game.
Join the Paleo Discord. There's a Paleo Discord. Why have I not been invited?
Was on triple D barrier instead of 2, and this I'm in the side. No explanation needed. I think this is just fine. I don't main this anymore because I don't know. I
You
know
have to pass the entrance test? Dude, I feel like I qualify. I feel like I qualify.
Because I wanted to test other cards. I think that's more the reason. I'm maybe just still gonna put this in the main deck. Maybe instead of the Ice Dragon's Prison.
Send me the exam.
Triple Witch Strike, still a good card. It's not good again anymore against Pure Snake Eye because they don't have Baron anymore. But you need this against Voiceless Voice.
I'm very proud of this idea, chat. This idea is so funny.
Voice is not an easy matchup. Certainly not an easy matchup. So you really need this. And even if they know about this card, they have to be scared of this card. So they maybe won't negate it. So if you have like a trap trick in the graveyard with a rollback, they never negate your stuff if they know this card exists. I started 2 heavy storm dusters this time instead of the fairy wind. I'm still debating between these two, these two and the fairy wind, but this hits like more decks, like mirror match.
They learned about this in my stream. They said they were like, in the first deck profile, they were like, I'm thinking about playing Dust Tornado. And we were like, yo, why would it ever be Dust Tornado and not this card?
Joke. And like Labyrinth, Centurion, this is good against. I play against Trap Trick, shout out to Kenneth. So this is more decks, in my opinion. Even though like Fairywind is also really good against Yubel. So then I played third Ice Dragon's Prison. Like the only reason Ice Dragon's Prison is, in my opinion, great is because of the Labyrinth matchup. Labyrinth is scary. Labyrinth is the most scary matchup we have. So
Labyrinth is hard. It's not that hard. It's not as hard as we're making it out to be, I think. But it is not easy. And IDP is probably the best card against it. It's especially hard if Labyrinth plays Eradicator. They usually don't anymore at the moment, but if they do, then it's probably not winnable.
For like multiple reasons, like they have like punishments, they have chain blocks, on which they plus. They have the big welcome in the graveyards, which outs our bodies. Karma Cannon as well. But if you can like really keep looping this and take out the ladies, and a lot of Labyrinth players only play one lady anymore. So if you can loop this, you win. You just win. And then the last 2 cards I'm not certain about anymore are Fiend Comedians.
I might main
this was also attack against Labyrinth.
I might
but also
main this
against Runic, Lightsworn. I did this once against a Lightsworn player this weekend, but it wasn't that great. So I'm not sure about this. This needs more testing, but I'm not sure about this. These cards. That was a deck profile. Some cards I'm still considering are Grave of the Super Asian Organism. Grave of the Super Asian Organism. I know it's not a normal trap, but in my opinion, it's a great floodgate in this specific format. It's the only card. It's the only trap I could consider that's not a normal trap, because it hits like Voiceless Voice, it hits like Labyrinth, Melodious, Tempai, it hits like everything. The only card that could maybe is a problem is SP Little Knight. So if you have like if you can back it up by protecting it against like SP, we're set. Other cards I'm considering are some, like I said, Fairywind again.
I think Grave of the Super Ancient Organism is a very good card against Branded. But I do think it's a little bit better in decks where Branded doesn't side spell and trap removal in against them, right? Like against, I don't know, if you're playing Snake Eyes and you're really worried about the Branded matchup for some reason, right? Like your opponent's probably not going to side Cosmic in against you if they play it. And then the Super Ancient Organism essentially has no out to it. Against Paleo, they probably would side deck those cards, right? So it loses a little bit of value there, but it's still a really good card. Especially because Branded is a deck that if they know what they're doing, you are losing game one. Unless you draw the nuts and they don't draw very well.
Maybe at Search by Boku, I was thinking about Spiritual Swords of Revealing Light in the side. And
that thing. Hold up. We are exploring technology. Once per attack, when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can pay 1,000 negate that attack. During your opponent's turn, you can banish this card from your grave. This turn, your opponent's monster can't attack directly. Oh, no, I don't like that. I don't think that's smart. I mean, you can like loop it over and over again, but like you want to protect your Paleos mainly, right? What if you stop your opponent from only attacking directly? Like, what's the point? It's also continuous. I mean, you would be using it to send it to the graveyard somehow. You're using it for the graveyard effect. Does the graveyard effect trigger Paleo to summon? No. No. Paleozoics can only chain to card activations, not effect activations. Otherwise, you could chain one Paleo to the next. Like, you would be able to chain one Paleo in the grave, then chain another, then chain another, then chain another. You can't do that. That'd be too powerful. Okay. Yeah, no, some valuable input. No crazy changes to the last list, but well done to another top 8 regional. And now we're gonna cook. We're gonna cook because I have locals later today, and I'm bringing the same deck. So here I have still, this is pretty much my list from the regional that I went to some weeks ago, with no changes yet. So we're gonna have to adjust this. I'm just gonna lay it out just for the visual, and we're gonna start looking at what we want to change. That's why I'm using it's a big deck, so I'm using the far away camera setup because it's not gonna fit otherwise. Here. Oh, there's glare. Hold up. That didn't fix anything. Wonderful. Well done. Wow. Okay, and that was, yeah, that's all the monsters and spells. And then for traps, I was using accumulated fortune. I still think that is possible. Like the Paleos, it still doesn't fit. Rise, Karma, Trap Trick, Griefing, and Nest. Okay, so I believe this was 54. 3, 7, 10, 13, 15, 18, 21, 24, 30, 33, 36, 39, 45. Yeah, this is 54. 54. I honestly don't have a number in mind. I don't have a number in mind on how many cards I want to play ideally. So let's just quickly, let's go over the cards that I think I'm going to play, or like cards I want to play for sure, cards I want to think about, and then we go from there, right? So cards I'm definitely going to keep playing is Backjack. The spell cards, honestly, even though I'm most likely going to play Desires and the Tune again, I still think that they are, you can consider taking them out if we need to, but These 7, I'm very inclined to still play. These 4, I'm down to talk about cutting them. Essentially, for the traps. For the spells. For the trap cards, we are obviously going to be required to play the Paleos. The full 15. I think there's no way around it. Even though sometimes, unironically, some of these, like Morella and Leoncolia, are amazing. The Dynamishes is sometimes odd because of the discard. The Olenoids doesn't always have a target, and the Canadia isn't always the greatest impact, but there's still, like, we need to play enough Paleos to be able to make it work. We're always gonna play the rollback. We're always gonna play Baboku or Threatening Roar, right? Like this could be whichever, and we're always gonna play Rise to Full Height. We're always gonna play Karma Cannon. We're always gonna play Needlebug Nest, Fiend Griefing, and Trap Trick. This is not gonna change. So the cards that we can change is like these. The Iperia, the Morganites, the Fortune, and the Cardamize. And the cards I want to play, obviously, there's some stuff I want to play. Also, Reasoning, yeah, technically the spells are, yeah. Soldier Dragon, I want to play. Laundry, I want to play. $15, by the way. Tidying, I really want to play Tidying. And I really want to play Elemental Burst, obviously. We're going to play Elemental Burst. Okay, let me move this aside real quick. Because then we can also go a little closer and talk about the cards that are debatable. So we're definitely going to play Soldier Dragon. We're definitely going to play Soldier Dragon, Laundry, Dragon Mate, Tidying, and Burst today. So if I remove those 8 over here and add those 8, we are back to 54. But I think when we have these in our deck, we want to go to 60 because we don't want to draw too many normal summons. We don't want to draw the Tidying. We don't want to draw the Elemental Burst. We want to mill those. So I think it's probably good to go all the way to 60. The thing is, I think the one thing I want to decide on first is what kind of draw engine we're playing alongside with all of this. Because we could be playing Morganite, we could be playing Accumulated Fortune, we could be playing Reckless Greed. However, Reckless Greed we can only play if we don't play Morganite. Also, I'm not sure if I even like Reckless Greed at the moment, because I think locking out two draw phases is a pretty big deal for this deck. We could be playing Hope for Escape. We could play Balance of Judgment. Is there an argument for cutting one backjack to have less monsters? Theoretically, but I probably don't want to do that. But yeah, because the amount of times where you mill 1 or 2 backjacks and then you run out of them, it definitely happens. And drawing it, honestly, like drawing backjack, there's like a lot of scenarios where drawing backjack is actually good. Number 1, if you have Dynamishes, it's probably the best one to discard in the entire deck. And number 2, if you don't have one of your other normal summons, normal summoning backjack is actually quite solid. Because it threatens Typhon when you go second, and going first, it basically lets you pick the best trap out of the next 3. It's kind of like a pot of this, duality for this deck, which is really solid. So these are the draw traps that we have available. I also have Threatening Roar somewhere. Let me get those real quick. Hold up. All right. Could consider those over Babokus. I think I did like Hope for Escape when I played it in Master Duel. It felt like a solid card. It felt very easy to activate. My problem with it is that when you start the game, it's not live, right? If you start the game with Hope for Escape, it's not a live card. I like Morganite because your main purpose will be surviving. It gets value and the game goes on. I kind of do like Morganite. The problem with Morganite is a couple things. Morganite has this problem where, because it's a spell card, you cannot fetch it with any of your cards that fetch cards. Like sometimes you hit Morganite with Animalocaris, sometimes you hit Morganite with Backjack, and you just can't use it. Also, Morganite is by far the worst one to draw after, like, later on. Morganite is super low impact, right? Morganite is good when you go first and you can stall for one turn. It's already gone equal, and then from there on out you have a continuously growing advantage over time. Like that open out of all these cards, I think Morganite is the best one in the opening hand, right? Because balance, you need some time to set it up. Hope for Escape, you also need some time to set it up. Accumulated Fortune is fine, but it's kind of situational and it forces you. That's the one thing I don't like about this, is like you need to sometimes throw in some unnecessary chain links to get the draw effect when you don't want to do it yet. Like, for example, if you have 2 set cards, your opponent activates an effect, you chain a trap card, you chain a paleo, and then you have to do this now, otherwise it's going to be dead later. So like you are forced to show them what your back row is very early, right? The thing is that no matter what I do, I think no matter if I play Morganite or not, no matter if I do what I do, I have to play a trap card that draws cards, right? Because I need the ability to copy with rollback and draw cards sometimes, right? Like if you run out of cards, you need to have a trap in the grave that draws cards, so it has to be one. Seiryu just Shackles. I don't have that card. So because Locals is today, I couldn't even play it even if I wanted to. You could build the whole thing for 40 and just play a ton of 2-0s with the most important stuff at 3. I don't think that would work. I also don't see the advantage of that. Because you just take away longevity from the deck if you make it 40. Because you play a lot of cards only at 2, so you can only trap trick for them if you don't mill it or whatever. Like it's awkward. I want to think about this card. Oh, this card is theoretically very funny. We'll talk about that in a second. So this card, this is another certified Hood classic. Good Goblin Housekeeping. This is a card that you've probably never played in your life, maybe not even seen in your life, unless you've played a Duel Links farm deck. This card, but unironically, I don't think this card is that bad in this deck. So the way this works, what this card does, let me focus on it. Draw a number of cards from your deck equal to the number of Good Goblin Housekeeping cards in your graveyard +1. Select one card from your hand and return it to the bottom of the deck. This card, I think, is randomly okay in this deck. I don't know if it's that good, but so basically the way it works is if you activate it without having a single Good Goblin Housekeeping in the graveyard, it's pretty mediocre. Because it's just draw 1, put 1 back, right? It's bad. But if you it starts getting better as soon as you have more copies in the graveyard, and it starts to get really insane when you copy it with rollback, because this counts all the copies of Good Goblin Housekeepings in the graveyard, which if you have it on the field, it doesn't count itself. If you copy it in the graveyard, it does count itself. So if you copy a Good Goblin Housekeeping in the graveyard with rollback, while it's the only one, it's draw 2, put 1 back. If you have 2 in the grave, it's draw 3, put 1 back. If you have all 3 in the grave, it's draw 4, put 1 back. Which at that point is pretty nuts. So yeah. So the thing is, out of all these draw traps, the least conditional one is Reckless Greed. Reckless Greed is the least conditional draw trap. My problem with Reckless Greed is skipping 2 draw phases. I don't think I can do it. I don't think it's something you can do for 2 cards. That was a thing that you could do back in the day in 2017, right? In 2017, it was okay to, like, the plan was basically you would use Reckless Greed on the turn that you were trying to go off, right? And you would like establish control over the game by making like totally awesomes and resolving some paleos and all that kind of stuff. And then it was okay if you had to skip 2 draw phase, right? It wasn't a problem. You would just gain control over the game, and the next 2 draw phases didn't really matter, right? I think nowadays it's much harder for this deck to gain control over the game, right? For the most part, you're gonna rely on those next couple draw phases to get you through the game, right? And so I don't know if Reckless Greed is really it for this deck. Even though it is the technically most unconditional draw card in this deck, I don't think it is Reckless Greed. I think we need to go for traps that are a little bit more situational, but don't skip your draw phases, right? Which basically leaves us with those 4, and then Morganite is another option. And I think the ideal number is probably 2 draw cards, 2 different draw engines, essentially. Because in theory, all of this is infinite, right? You activate Morganite once, and you for the rest of the game, you draw 2 cards every turn. The same is technically true with those trap cards, because if you play them in your deck, you can keep doing it with rollback, right? You can keep drawing more cards every turn if you want to. So in that sense, I don't think Morganite is completely irreplaceable, right? Because yes, Morganite happens every turn for free. For these, you have to work on, you kind of have to work to get your draws with those cards, because you have to put a rollback in the grave every time. But it should be okay. Yeah, it should be okay. Is the 1 copy of Card of Demise worth considering? Well, I was playing it. It was in my previous version of the build. And you still could. You still could, but it has a little bit of anti-synergy with Soldier Dragons, right? But Soldier Dragons, yeah. I think it's fine to try without Card of Demise for 1 locals. It's work, but usually easy to do and can always be helpful, whereas Morganite can be dead or too late. Yeah, yeah. So Balance of Judgment was a card that I liked a lot paired up with Morganite, actually, because in theory, Morganite, on the first turn of the game, you go down 1 card, so that Balance of Judgment draws more cards. And Balance of Judgment was pretty good, right? How about the Revived Sky God? Hold up. Revived Sky God. Dude, I love that we are talking about the most random stuff. I think I know what card you're talking about, but let me read the exact text. Revived Sky God. First of all, I don't have that card. The activation of this card or its effects cannot be negated, nor can its effect be negated. Special summon a Slifer from your grave, then each player draw. You can banish this card. Oh, so I have to play Slifer. I'm not playing Slifer. I'm not gonna play Slifer. Why not? Okay. Anyways, moving on. I think the funny thing is that all of these have their merits. Because the ones that are like the worst in the early game, right? These two are technically the worst in the early game without any setup, are the best in the late game by far. Because in the late game, Hope for Escape is basically draw 3 every time, right? You just always go roll back, copy Hope for Escape, and it's always going to be 3. And Good Goblin Housekeeping, dude, if you can afford to, if you can get like 2 copies of this in the graveyard somehow, it's always really good. It's like draw 3, put 1 back. It's pretty solid. You can't activate Hope for Escape if you're too low. Not if you draw it, yes. If you draw it and you're already too low, it's pretty bad. But you can always copy it with rollback. And then Balance of Judgment is like the reverse. That this is what I noticed on Master Duel is like Balance of Judgment. Balance of Judgment is relatively easy to resolve early on, but then later on it doesn't really. It's really hard to set it up. Especially you can usually never balance twice, because after you balance one, you're never gonna draw more cards with it. So it's technically really hard to copy this with rollback for value. Do we have the draw phase setback with Reckless if we copy it with rollback? Yes, because in this case, it's just part of the effect. It just says draw 2 cards and skip your next 2 draw phases. It's part of the effect of Reckless, unfortunately. If we didn't have to do that, then that'd be nice. But we do have to skip it. Just 1 balance? It's always going to be 2. Of whatever we play, it'll be 2 because we want it for Trap Trick. You know, because it is locals, I kind of want to play with the cards that I haven't played yet. If that makes sense, right? Like I wanna like try something. So I'm thinking like, okay, I've played with Morganite, I've played with Accumulated Fortune, I've played Balance of Judgment a lot in Master Duel. Maybe I'll just like try the Hope for Escape or the Good Goblin. No? Have you played Slifer yet? I have not played Slifer yet. I'll admit it. Let me get some sleeves. I'm gonna re-sleeve the entire thing because I don't want to play double sleeve today. I'm not feeling like it. Also, I don't have enough of these right now. I'd have to go look for them. Okay. $60 card double sleeve is fun to shuffle, dude. It's so big. The video would be insane with Slifer on the thumbnail. That is true. That is true. What are we thinking on Fiend Comedian? It's funny. I know it's funny, but at the same time, I do wanna kind of take it seriously, kind of to an extent, you know. Like I know it's a fun deck for me and all that, but I'm trying to. The challenge is basically make this fun deck as good as it can be. I thought it wasn't that great, but to be fair, I didn't main deck it, so maybe I didn't have a great sample size. So the thing is, my issue with Fiend Comedian, is that I think both of its effects can be completely nuts in the great scheme of things, right? Like if your opponent has a fat graveyard, and you banish it all, it can be completely insane. And sometimes if your opponent has a big graveyard and you really need to set up, then it can also be completely insane. The problem is there's going to be situations where your opponent has a big graveyard and you really need to set up your own graveyard, but then you just banish theirs and it didn't do what you needed it to do in that moment. And then the other way around, let's say your opponent activates Flamberge to revive 2 and they have a Promethean Princess in the graveyard and you already have a kind of set up graveyard yourself, and then you activate Fiend Comedian and you get to mill 10 more. And it's like, okay, cool, that's not bad, but it didn't do what I needed it to do, right? So I'm not sure if I like it. I do think there's some merit to playing, if you play, like, we could build the deck a little bit more ignorant even, if that's even possible. But if you play, like, Fiend Comedian, Needlebug Nest, Vaboku, and Threatening Roar, right? If we play all of this, we could go back to Balance of Judgment, because then it's just like, you know, let me just flip all these things up. I don't care what they do, because I'm going to replace them all anyways. You know what I mean? And then if I draw more of them, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to do it again, and then I'll just like activate Fiend Comedian, activate Needlebug, activate Vaboku, copy Balance, like whatever, right? Like do your thing. Do your thing. I'll just do my thing, right? Rise? No. We still play Rise. We always play Rise. We always play Rise. That could be one way to do it. Like I could see myself playing all of these, and then play like 2 balance, 3 goblins, because goblin is also good if we mill more, right? Let me sleeve up the stuff that I'm gonna play for sure, and then look at how many cards that is and how many spots we even have, right? Dude, today's locals is gonna be so fun. They're gonna be mad at me. Literally my second time at the locals. The first time I played Runic Lightsworn. The second time I played Paleozoic. It's glorious. I'm so happy to have locals again. I don't know how happy the locals are to have me again, but I'm happy to have them again. Do you get to include graceful because it's traditional? It's not traditional. In case it wasn't clear in the story, it was an accident that they hosted it as a traditional tournament last time. The store owner is I think they primarily do Magic, and they wanted to start doing Yu-Gi-Oh, and so they registered the tournament, and then it had 2 options: traditional or advanced, and they were like, well, I just want the normal Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. So that's what traditional sounds like, right? Traditional sounds like normal Yu-Gi-Oh, even though it is the furthest away from normal Yu-Gi-Oh. I feel like there's a failing return on investment after you mill over 15 or so. That is true. Once your graveyard is set up, you really can't add much to it in this version. It would be nice to have more cards that are good in grave to get better mills. At the same time, without grass, it's really hard to reliably mill a lot of cards. So I don't know how good it is to really keep milling more and more. Play Oko, Thief of Crowns. Dude, you guys are mentioning cards that I've never seen before. I love it. Who is Oko, Thief of Crowns, dude? Thief of Crowns. It's a magic card? Dude, I looked it up, man. I looked it up. I've been got. Play Emrakul. Okay, Emrakul I know. Yeah, I'm familiar with Emrakul. The name at least. I don't know what it does, but I've heard that one. I wouldn't have fallen for that one. See, now I don't know any more of most of these suggestions if they are magic cards and just you're trying to be the funniest ever, or if you're actually suggesting cards anymore. Now I am not sure. What would you play in this deck if it was traditional? Is Painful Choice monsters or cards? Surely it's cards, right? You'd probably play Painful Choice. Aren't you supposed to know all Yu-Gi-Oh cards as the world champion? Yes, that's how it works. What would you declare for 6th Sense in this deck? Probably 3 and 4. Dude, this is the one. I think this is the one deck in modern Yu-Gi-Oh that I would still play 6th Sense in. I think any other deck wouldn't play it, and 6th Sense could probably come back. But this deck would probably play it. Most other decks would not play this, I think. Yeah, Paleo Tier would also play it, but that's like Paleo Tier is like the same deck as this, but slightly less based. Still based, but less based. Sixth Sense can come back. Oh, absolutely. Sixth Sense is a terrible card nowadays. Like, there's legitimately no top tier Yu-Gi-Oh deck at the moment that would want to play a trap card that does nothing on the first turn, and then on your opponent's turn still does nothing unless you get really lucky, and then it draws you cards when you probably still just die. The card, there's no deck that would put it in you wouldn't play that card. Tier would? Yeah, I said top tier deck. If a card only helps like tier 2, tier 3 / rogue decks, I think by definition it should probably come back. Like, would it really be a problem if decks like Paleozoic and Paleo tier start playing Sixth Sense? That's like super fine. Okay, so those are the cards I want to play. I think the one reasoning, I'm just gonna leave it in. Because like it's just the potential that it has is just so high. Okay, so it's gonna have 9 monsters. 9 monsters alone makes me want to go 60, really. You could play 2 laundries, but then I'm kind of scared with my desires ratios. You could maybe play this as a smaller deck without desires and with 2 laundries, but I don't know if that's worth it. Desires is probably too good. Okay. We have Paleos. This Arma Briefing. Trap Trick. Nest. Rise. And the 2 goats. Why do people play Morella with Labyrinth? Because Morella and Transaction Rollback is one hell of a combo. Morella is a really good Yu-Gi-Oh card again now. 9, 15, 16, 19, 25, 28, 31, 37, 40, 52, 54. 54? Dude, we got no room for this. Isn't Merly just better Laundry, or am I missing something? You are missing something, yes. Laundry is a dragon, and Soldier Dragon summons Laundry and doesn't summon Merly. Merly just does nothing. 60 card or bust? Yeah, but I was thinking about playing Threatening Roars, Fiend Comedians, and like... I don't have enough room. That's 65. 65. What do? Remove the spells? Remove the spells, you say. So, let's have a talk about this card. Let's think about this card real quick. I'm not sure if I want to play this card, but so the problem with this card, essentially, technically it's really, really good for this deck because it's just this card, a normal trap to draw 2 cards. Which is really strong in a deck that has a lot of cards that you want to have in the graveyard. Like you really want Rollback in the grave, you want Tidying in the grave, you want Elemental Burst in the grave, you don't want those in your hand. It's kind of, it's very awkward sometimes to have those in your hand and no way to get them out of there, which is why having Trap Tantalizing Tune can be very nice. And sometimes in a lot of game states, especially turn 1, it's just really nice to get a Paleo in the graveyard so that you can start getting value from your trap cards the moment you activate them, even the very first one. because usually the very first card you activate will not bring back a paleo because you don't have one yet, right? Like when you start with a needlebug nest or you start with a Paleozoic Olenoids or whatever, you don't have a paleo in the graveyard yet, so you're not getting a body from it. However, if you started with Trap Tantalizing Tune, discarding a paleo, then you're gonna have that paleo in the graveyard already, right? The thing is that obviously when you get Ash Blossomed on Trap Tantalizing Tune, it really, really hurts a lot of the time. Because when you go first, you have 5 cards, you get ashed on this, you are down to 3. And 3 cards is not a lot of cards. The thing is that Ash Blossom against this deck is always going to be good, right? Like if they don't ash this, then they will ash your Morella or your Fiend Griefing or your Desires or your Backjack effect to set the top card of the deck or your Needlebug Nest. And those can also really hurt. That sort of stuff can really, really hurt, no matter what. So in that sense, sometimes being ashed on this isn't even that bad. At the same time, because sometimes it technically is a -1, but if the discard you do is a good discard, then it's technically not even a -1. Because if you discard a rollback or a paleo or one of these that wants to be in the graveyard anyways, it's like not even that big of a deal. So I think in an ideal world where I have the room for it, I will play it. But if I really want to play a lot of these other cards, I might have to take it out. Yeah. In very grindy games, it recycles. Unironically, the fact that it can put back like a rollback when you are starting to run out of rollbacks or whatever has been relevant for me sometimes. It's been okay for me to, like, it's definitely been good to recycle some traps sometimes. Especially, one thing that really comes up is when you most of your trap cards you have 3 copies of, right? So what happens is when you trap trick for Karma Cannon, right? You have, let's say you have all 3 Karma Cannons in the deck. You activate Trap Trick, you banish one, you set the other. Now you only have 1 Karma Cannon in the deck, so it's not possible to Trap Trick for it again, even if you need it, right? So what you can do is you can use Tune to put 1 back, and now you have 2 again, so you can Trap Trick for it again. It's a lot of small stuff about this card that overall makes it good. There's a lot more to it than just, haha, if it gets ashed, it's -1. So I do like it. And then the other thing that's worth talking about is Desires, I guess. Desires is a card that I really hate the Banish 10. Especially in a deck that plays like wants 2 of the traps for Trap Trick. You want copies of those dragons in the deck for Soldier Dragons to not run out of targets. All that kind of stuff, right? At the same time, I feel like this deck it just needs the +1. I don't like Desires in this. It's just so frustrating if you get unlucky. It is frustrating when you get unlucky. At the same time, like, this deck goes down on cards so much. You could maybe we could cook up a version of this that relies on, like, where the game plan is actually to go down in cards early and then resolve a huge balance of judgment to go basically stabilize, right? Like, you in the first turns you use like Trap Tantalizing Tune, and even if it gets ashed, it's whatever. You go whatever, like Vaboku for -1 and so on and so forth, and then you just balance back up to a full hand, and then you're good. Balance of Judgment sounds overkill. I feel like it doesn't come up often enough, and Threatening Roar also sounds unnecessary to me. I thought Balance of Judgment was kind of gimmicky, but when I played it, it saved my ass a lot of times. There was a lot of situations where balance was like the card I needed in my deck. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win it. Definitely sometimes, right? I feel like it's Vaboku or Roar, not both. Maybe. Maybe. So this was 65, I said, right? If we put all of this in, we don't have to put all of it in. I could try Fiend Comedian with only 2 copies. That would work, because I can still trap trick for it if I need it. The thing about Fiend Comedian is if it's really important for a matchup that you banish the graveyard, right? If it's really important that you banish the graveyard in a certain matchup, you can technically use Fiend Comedian multiple times with rollback, right? Like if you're playing a matchup where the graveyard is a super important resource and you don't hit the right one on the first attempt, you can like try again. You like balance that much? I never really considered it. I mean, I know that it's gimmicky. I know that it is gimmicky, but I kind of liked it when I played it. I just put it in my Master Duel deck just to try it out, and it kind of was performing. It kind of was performing. It's great against Snake Eyes. Dude, Snake Eyes just has so many cards on the field. That's the thing, right? Like they don't really have Omni Negates for it, and they just have so much. They have like the field spell, the all the stuff in the spell and trap zone. Like I've drawn so many cards with balance. I felt like it was a worth. I think it's fine if one of the 2 cards, like I want to play 2 different draw traps or Morganite, and I think one of them being balance is nice. The question is just what the other one is. Is it Goblin? Is it Hope? Is it Morganite? Is it Reckless? I want to try the balance though. Let's put the balance in. If balance, then Morganite? See, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't think it has to be those 2 together. Baboku and Roar, more turns is better. Well, the thing is, technically, yes. Gonna go Paleozoic this Sunday. Any advice? Dude, I love how many people we've infected with the movement. I am so happy about that. I mean, any advice, dude? We're building the deck right now. Ask away on what you're uncertain about. It feels like you could build like a complete crackhead version of this deck if you take out Soldier Dragons, but I don't want to do that. But then you'd have room for everything. You could put Card of the Mice back, and you could play all the draw traps in the world. Goblin is bad with Desires? Actually not, no. Because you can put the banished cards with Desires back with Leoncolia. That's another thing. That's another thing about Pot of Desires in this deck. It makes your Leoncolia immediately live, and it's pretty good if it does that. It's pretty good if it ever does that. I am kind of worried about the anti-synergy between Balance of Judgment and Soldier Dragons. Because you're gonna summon Soldier Dragons and then Balance can't draw if they can't out the Soldier Dragons. But then at that point, if they can't out the Soldier Dragons, does it really matter? Like, we're already happy, aren't we? I feel like we're already happy. Does Desires work with Tune to put back? No, Tune has to put back a trap card. That's why it needs to be face up. Oh, the nice thing is I can count the deck size with my sleeves because I have 4 sleeves left and the pack had the pack had 60. What if we... Is there ever a world where we take out Pot of Desires and we take it even slower than we already are doing? Like we're relying on traps to give us pluses? Like we play more draw traps? Josh on the Supreme Pro technology? No, those are just... those are these. Not sponsored, but those are my favorite sleeves ever since. It's not like I've tried a bunch of different ones, but I've just always been using these. I like them. This card, I would play this card immediately. Immediately, I would play this card if it was activatable turn 1. But there's no consistent way to do that, right? There's no way we can make this card live turn 1 without resolving rollback, right? We have to resolve our rollback for this card to be live, which is the only scary part about this card. Other than that, I think this card is great for this deck's purposes, right? Neither is Balance live in turn 1. That's true. The problem is, or like the difference is, if you get Balance live, it draws you a lot more cards than Hope for Escape. Like Hope for Escape draws 2, maximum 3. Isn't that the same as Goblin? No, you can use the first Goblin whenever you want. Draw 1, put 1 back, bring back a Paleo. That's technically still a +1 interaction with you. Like, if you have a Paleo in the grave, activating Good Goblin Housekeeping is still alright. Still brings back a body for you. Hope for Escape is more consistent, but Balance is more high reward. That is true. That is true. We're running out of sleeves. We are running out of sleeves. Housekeeping can be cool with Backjack. What do you mean? Like putting Backjack back into the deck? That was a sentence. I don't know what to do. I guess what I probably should do in this situation is I should probably play the cards that I am the most interested in. The cards I want to try the most. But maybe someone said that in chat earlier, and I think they're right, is to not try everything out at once. Right? Not try everything at once, but rather play like some cards that I know are good and try out 1 or 2 things. Try out 1 or 2 things. Which makes me kind of want to play... Just maybe we'll play like the standard. We play like the list, but we play some experimental draw traps and then call it a day. How is Arias now that we're not on Morganite? I don't think Arias is high impact enough for this deck. I hope for escape. Dude, I'm lost in the sauce. I don't know which of these I want to try. I don't know which of these I really want to try. Is Roar better than Vaboku? I don't know. I think generally Vaboku is better, but against Tenpai, Roar is better. So maybe I'll play Roar. I don't know if anyone at the locals even have Tenpai. I don't think they had it last time. I don't think anyone played Tenpai last time I went, but yeah. 2 hope, 2 balance. I mean, you could play 2 and 2. You could play 2 and 2. Not the end of the world. We could do this, right? We could play 2 Fiend Comedian, 2 hope, 2 balance. They're all trap trickable. Right? This would be 60. We can't do that with a housekeeping. Housekeeping needs to be 3 copies. Hope for the pots just for experiment's sake. I would like this deck without Pot of Desires. I don't have a great feeling about Fiend Comedian, if I'm honest. It sounds very funny, but I don't know if I believe in it. Do you think people go to that new local because they want to play with you? I mean, for the very first local, they already had, I think, 15 people, and they didn't know I was coming, so they were not there because of me. I don't know. If anyone is living in the area, it's possible that they would show up because they're like fans of the streams or whatever. It could be, but I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping it's growing. I'm very happy about having a locals to go to again. Isn't Desires not that great with Trap Trick? I mean, it can mess you up, but most of the time it's fine because you're playing 60 cards, and a lot of the time when you're activating Trap Trick, you have different options. Chat showing up, maining Royal Decree. Yeah, I guess that could happen. At the end of the day, it's not that deep though. It's just locals. It's okay. Dude! If I take out Desires, I can take out 1 Laundry Dragon Maid. I'll keep playing Trap Tantalizing Tune. We will rely on Balance of Judgment. And maybe Hope for Escape. That's $15. Yeah, we just made the deck budget. I still can't get over the fact that Laundry Dragon Maid is 15 bucks on TCG Player right now. That is crazy to me. You guys are mad. It's especially funny. It's especially funny because Laundry Dragon Maid has a reprint, but it's that weird gold rare reprint which literally no one cares about, and it's the only reprint for a card that doesn't impact its price at all because no one cares about it. No one cares. It's like with Eldritch back in the day, where like Eldritch the Golden Lord had a gold rare reprint, and no one cared, and it didn't impact the price at all. Or like Chamber Dragon Maid was the same thing. Like Chamber Dragon Maid, I don't know if that has a reprint now. I think it does. I don't know. But like no one cared about the gold rares. Unsubbed and reported for gold rare hate speech. Dude, just look at this. Laundry Dragon Maid, $15 super rare. $1. One. Literally, the numbers say I'm right. And the same is here. Look at English Laundry Dragon Maid. The quantities, I mean, it's not as crazy on Card Market. Card Market is way more sane. But they're like, there's very few quantities left of them, which is kind of crazy. But then, like, you go and check the gold rare. No movement. No one cares. No one picks that one up. There's only 200 left of the Mystic Fighter one, and there's like 600 almost of the gold. 566. That's how little people care about this gold rare. It's funny because it's true. Yeah, it is. It's funny because it's true, literally. Okay, back to this. If I remove Pot of Desires just to try it out, I need more draw power from the trap cards, but I can also take out one Laundry Dragon Maid because it's less like chances to banish it, and less normal summons and less monsters, so Reasoning Milk better theoretically. So that would give me 4 more slots. Take out Fiend Comedian as well. Gives me 5 more slots. 5 more slots. We can fit a third Hope for Escape. Do I actually want to draw those though? I feel like those are better if I mill them or if I trap trick for them if I need it. Because now that I cut Desires, if I cut Desires, it's like there's way less of a chance. I'm never going to banish them with Desires, so I can always trap trick for them if I want to. Right? I can always trap trick for these guys if I want it. I'm having trouble fitting draw power in Master Duel with the extra reasonings, and because I feel Lost Wind is important as extra disruption. Any advice? I don't think Lost Wind is that important. If you're foregoing draw power for it, I don't think you need to do that. I have Lost Winds here, but I haven't even thought about those yet. But I don't think I will play those. But yeah. The real question is, like, I don't think I want to play Baboku and Roar unless I go back to Morganite. If I were to go back to Morganite, I would be okay with playing more of these. Because then you just go full stall mode when you draw it. 2 Vaboku and 2 Roar. I mean, technically without Desires, you could go 2 and 2. You could go 2 and 2 without Desires. It's a lot more valid, like, because I was scared of banishing one and then not being able to trap trick for it, but that would be possible. Would be possible. I don't know if I like the direction that we're taking this, but take out Fiend Comedian. Add 2 Roars. The thing with desires also is that sometimes, and that is randomly important for this deck. I don't know if we can cut desires, guys. I really don't. Because it, like, desires getting ashed is actually really good for you. Because that means your other stuff isn't getting ashed. Desires getting any sort of disruption out of your opponent is usually pretty nice. Thoughts on Yuri's deck profile? We did watch it. Have we thought of any methods to get traps out of your hand, like if we draw burst? Well, we play Trap, Tantalizing Tune, and Dynamicious as discards. There is one more thing. I don't think we're gonna have the time to think that one through today for locals today, but I think there's a world where you play a Labyrinth package. You can play Stovey Torby because it's a level 2 that comes back from the graveyard for level 2 Exceed plays, and you can like discard a Paleo or discard Rollback or whatever to set Big Welcome Labyrinth, and then Big Welcome Labyrinth on the next turn summons like another Labyrinth card, bounces it to the hand, that triggers a Paleo and a Stovey Torby, right? Like that as an entire package, I've thought about it. But I haven't played it yet at all. I don't know how big the package would need to be. But theoretically that is possible. Like you can play like a Labyrinth package in this deck. Wouldn't Witch Strike be better than Burst? You cannot copy Witch Strike at any point. No. With transaction rollback, you still need to, the card still needs to fulfill its activation requirements. There's a difference between cost and activation requirements. So for Elemental Burst, this whole thing here, this Tribute 1 Water, Wind, Fire, and Earth is a cost. And transaction rollback allows you to ignore the cost. For the card that you're suggesting, Witch's Strike, it is not a cost, it is a activation requirement. It's when the activation of your card, or if the activation of your card gets negated, then do this, right? You can copy it with rollback, but only when the requirement is met, which is why I cited it against Voiceless Voice, because if Voiceless Voice ever negates your stuff, you can just blow them up with that card, which is pretty nice. But you can't just do it out of nowhere. If you could do that, any rollback would be the best card in the game, and there would probably be a tier 0 deck. If you could just copy Witch's Strike to blow up your opponent's hand and field, like there would probably be a tier 1 trap deck right now. That is just focused around setting that up. Well, anyways. Dude, where are we? We're not making progress. We are literally lost in the sauce. Can I afford to play No Desires? I don't know. The extra card is so important early. Nat Toaster, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate that. You know what? Let me postpone this thought process. Let's do the extra deck. Let's do the extra deck because that's a lot faster and I think I know what I want to do with it. So the current extra deck that I have here, is 3 Opas, 2 Anomalocaris, 1 Code, Downer, Typhon, 2 Zeus, Anima, SP, Cambro, and then these 2. The only two cards that I consider not 100% mandatory at this point is the third Opabinia, I guess, maybe, and the Little Knight. The Little Knight, because I think Little Knight is actually not mandatory in this deck if you don't play Gigantic. If you play Gigantic, you want Little Knight. If you don't play Gigantic, you don't. I don't think you need Little Knight. So theoretically, you could make this deck relatively budget if you take out Little Knight. You still need Typhon and Rollback, and Laundry Dragon Maid apparently. But I'm thinking about just doing Gigantic Sprite plus. I have Gigantic somewhere. So I really valued Gigantic to make a big beat stick with Cambro Raster, so I really do want to play it. I'm thinking I'll probably just do Gigantic and SB together. Probably the way to go. What do you think of Foolish Burial Goods for better turn 1 setup? Theoretically, not the worst idea. However, I think going down a card super early is... I don't feel like it's worth it. I think this is fine. The only thing that I'm kind of missing for this extra deck is I would really like to have a main deck Hyperia for the Gigantic, because I think Gigantic into Hyperia into SP is a really good line to take in a lot of situations. I just don't know if you should be playing Hyperia when we already have the amount of normal summons that we do have, right? We could fit one Hyperia and that would make this a lot better. But technically this is fine. Plump? What's the point of Plump? Just to make a bigger Zeus? We don't need that. We can make a 4 material Zeus very comfortably. I think. Okay, and that's that. And then for the side deck, let me quickly see. For the side deck, I would probably, we still have to do this. At this, there's no way around that, unfortunately. Where did I put my Witch's Strikes? Oh. They might be here, dude. Where are my Witch's Strikes? Also need D-barriers. Dude, I didn't put them here. Oh, there's D-barriers. Oh god. Hold up. My cards are so unsorted at the moment. It's actually criminal. I think we have to do a sorting stream soon. With like, I was thinking about doing like a Q&A stream where we just sit here, I sort my collection, show off my collection, I guess. And we just talk about all kinds of things where you guys can submit questions to talk about during the stream. I think that's a good idea because it's necessary, dude. My stuff is not very well sorted at the moment. Like I have to get lucky to find the card I'm looking for every time. Because I swear I had because Witch Strike was in this deck. I don't know why it's not here anymore. He found it, got lucky. Easy clap. Found it. The rest of the side deck. Okay. So I played my side deck last time was this, these, this is 11. And then I played Zombie World, 2 Zombie World, and 2 Metaverse, which I don't know where the second copies of each are, but it's whatever. Because I don't think... Oh, here they are. Metaverse, Zombie World. This was my side deck last time. I think we're gonna play these again. Witch Strike is pretty much just for Voiceless Voice, but it is the single best card for that matchup. What about cutting the time package from 3 scatters to only 1 plus Blaze? I guess you could do that. At this point, like, the problem with that is like, in theory, this package is useful even if it's not just time, right? Like, if it's like, let's say there's like 20 minutes left, you have to side out rollback, right? But siding out rollback will make your Morellas terrible, right? So you're siding out rollback, there's 15 minutes left, you somehow still have to like play the game. And you have like a Morella, right? I feel like it's, in theory, it's necessary to use these kind of cards, right? Like, what do you do otherwise? So I don't know. What is Zombie World for? Isn't Flu free? No, Flu is very hard. Flu is very hard because the continuous trap just messes you up. The continuous trap just tributes your Paleos, and you can never really get going. And even if you can destroy it or banish the continuous trap, they can always get it back with Eaglin. Not Eaglin, Tokan. The spell, I mean. Yeah, not, you know what I mean. Not the trap, the spell. My bad. So this is for branded, this is for snakes. There's no one at my locals playing Flu, at least I think. So I don't need to play these today. At the same time, I don't really know what else I would play. I think 2 D-Bearers is enough because of Trap Trick. And we should be beating Tenpai with this as well. So it's fine. Sleeving Flu as we speak, yeah. Speaking of sleeving, I have to open a second pack of sleeves because... we can fix the card deck. Simul Archfiend. Simul Archfiend is good against Tenpai, but you don't need it in this deck. This deck is already good enough against Tenpai. Dude, I hope someone plays Tenpai today. Okay. Are we playing remote today? Not today. I'm building this for locals. I'm going to locals later today. So theoretically, we could just play the same side deck, even though I don't know, and I don't think anyone is playing Flu. I don't know. Is there a matchup in the format right now that we really need covered? That would be a hard matchup for this deck? I'm not sure. Lab? We could play IDP in the side deck for Lab. That doesn't seem unreasonable. could do that. Centurion? I don't think Centurion is that hard. We don't care about Calamity. Heavy Storm Duster? What is the Heavy Storm Duster for even? I don't really know if... Do we have a problem with back row decks? Which back row deck do we have a problem with? We have Elemental Burst. Does Rise count as an activated effect for Noir? I don't think so, no. Works well versus Runic Stun as well. Yeah, but like Runic Stun, unironically, that matchup with the addition of Elemental Burst, that matchup should not be losable anymore. Like I lost against Runic Stun at my regional. It was one of my 2 losses, but I don't think it's losable if you play this card. Like how are they gonna survive this shit? You can't Solemn Judgment the rollback. If they banish it, you put it back into the graveyard with Leoncolia. Like there's just no way. They can't protect with Hugin. Like this card just kills Runic Stun. What are they gonna do if you burst on them? You know what I mean? They're not gonna do anything. They're gonna lose. I don't know if there's a bad matchup. I could side Fiend Comedians. I think Fiend Comedian, there's another thing about Fiend Comedian I wanted to say. This card, to me, seems a lot better going second than going first. Because going first, your opponent is going to start playing into your field. They're going to have like very few cards in the graveyard. And then this card, if you hit the banish one, it's very mediocre, right? Yeah, mill 3, sick, right? Going second though, if Snake Eye goes through the full combo, like yeah, I'm milling 10 or 15. So I think it's okay maybe to side deck Fiend Comedian. Alright, I'll try it. That way I get to try it without having to main deck it. And I'll just put 2 for Trap Trick in the side deck. I think that's fine. Try that. So that's the side deck. That's the extra deck, and now we're back to the main deck challenge. The scary part. You will have to promise that you actually side it in. No, I will. Going second against those matchups, I will side it. I will. Also, or like going second against Branded, right? Like going second against Branded, you can like either you take away their entire setup or you mill 15 or something. Pretty nice. Okay. Go over this again. Backjack, Soldier Dragons, and Laundry. Currently just Tune and Reasoning. Dude, I love Soldier Dragons so much, but I hate how tight it makes the deck. And that I don't want to play Card of the Mice with it as well. Is it that bad though? Is it really that bad if I have Soldier Dragon and Card of the Mice in the same deck? Wouldn't I still be happy if I opened both of those cards? I think that's fine. I think I'll play the Mice. I think the Mice is too powerful. The Mice into double dragon or mate is so bad. No. No, it's not. If you draw 2 monsters with Card of the Mice, it's still a +1 instead of a +2. What do you mean? Also, I'm playing 8 monsters right now. Like literally, if you have a 5-card opening hand, you set 4, you activate the mice, you draw 2 monsters and a trap card, you set the trap card, normal summon one of them, discard the other, you still went +1, have full setup. Like, what are you talking about? Did you think that through? I think the mice is powerful. Okay, up. Certain about that, certain about that, certain about that, that. This. Not sure about these ratios, certain about that. Okay. This should be 48. If I'm not miscounting, because I have the rest of the sleeves in my hand, and that is 12. So this should be 48 cards. So we can just decide for 4 play sets, I guess. Or some 2-ofs if we want to play some targets for. Balance of Judgment. I have a bad feeling about playing Vaboku and Roar. Maybe I'll just play 3 Roars to see if it's better. To check the difference. Rollback, great suggestion. I'll add that to the deck as we speak. Can you take us to the locals with the camera on the field? I haven't talked to the store owner about it. Maybe at some point in the future, there's the possibility that I can stream locals. I'd have to talk to him about it. I don't know. I don't have it set up or clarified yet. I don't know. Maybe. Do I really still have room for 7 cards? Can that be right? I do have room for 7 more cards. Where does all this room come from now? I'm so confused. I guess it's because I don't want to play the Fiend Comedians anymore. Can still put 2 Vabokus. Who hope? Three more. I mean, technically, I could just play less than 60 without desires. It's okay to play less than 60. So this is 57 for consistency. Morganite? I could also still play Morganite. But then I don't think I want to play Hope for Escape, even though... Yeah. Play 57. Such a weird number. But 57 is kind of funny. Isn't that exactly the number we've been making fun of because that one plant player in one of the Challenger Cups played 57? Is Thrust not good in this? No, Thrust is not good in this. Like, Thrust, when you go first, you can't really bait anything unless they have Ash. Or you need to specifically draw like Trap Tantalizing Tune. They need to Ash it. You need to have Thrust. Then it's good. Or going second, it's like it can be live. It can be okay. If you play Hope for Escape, why not Gift Card? Okay, now we are entering dangerous territory. Gift Card. I'm gonna stop you right there, Chief. I think we're fine. I think I can try it this way. Black Goat. Okay, so Black Goat is a card. I've seen this mentioned a couple times today. And in theory, I get it. Black Goat is a card that seems like it's made for this deck. And I could try it. But it's like... I could try it. My problem with it is that it doesn't really... the impact that it has isn't the greatest. It's okay because it's usually free, especially if you mill it, it's free and it's good. I think I'm more worried about the impact when you draw it. Like when I draw this card, I don't think it does that much, especially when I go second. It doesn't really help me beat the board or anything like that. Lost Wind is a card that I removed Lost Wind. I don't think Lost Wind is that good. Monster Gate? Nah, Monster Gate you don't have enough monsters for. What about playing Ichiroku's Ledger Book? What is that? Let me make sure it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card first of all. Target up to 2 monsters your opponent controls, banish them until the end phase, then your opponent gains 1,000 life points for each monster that left the field by this effect. Cope? I think if you built this deck with like more Hope for Escape, I think you could build a version of this that plays like this and Hope for Escape. Because then for the rest of the game, your Hope for Escapes are gonna draw a lot more cards. Basically, because you can also copy this with rollback if you want to. The problem is that this is I unironically, and I am being serious, I think this could be a version of the deck that could work, but this deck would not work anymore after game 1. You have to like take out everything. You have to like take out Rise to Full, not Rise to Full. You have to take out Hope for Escape, Ledger Book, and Transaction Rollback. So you'd have to build a very specific side deck for this, right? Ferret Flames. Ferret Flames are also okay. Just for context, I haven't tried them at all yet because they rely on resolving rollback too many times. But it's okay. Just Reversal Quiz, dude. What does Reversal Quiz do again? Reversal Quiz. That's very funny. God. Dude, you just play Ichiroku's Ledger Book and all that. Dude, and then you you copy Balance of Judgment with rollback after you do this. Because you have no more cards, you just draw like a billion, dude. Oh man. And now we're back to the gift card. Now we're back to the gift card. The problem is that this is a spell card, so you can't like tutor it. If there was a trap card that did something similar, maybe we could consider building a version that swaps life points with the opponent. That it's funny because you guys are saying cope and all that, but unironically, a version like that would solve a lot of problems because you could keep your rollbacks and stuff in your deck after you could keep them in your deck after siding, and your deck would still be the same basically. Look at D Fortune. Okay, now I think we're drifting off a little bit. D Fortune. But what? Why are you why are we talking about this? What is happening? Oh man. Okay. I think I'll just try this the way it is. I'm feeling okay about it. Alchemy cycle. Okay, now, dude, we are. The thing is, I do wanna look at some of these cards that people are suggesting because it is really fun. And this deck, the thing is, this deck is the kind of deck where some random card that you've never heard of can suddenly be really good, like Elemental Burst or Soldier Dragons. So I do wanna look at these cards that you guys are suggesting. The original attack of all face-up monsters you control becomes 0 until the end phase. Each time a monster that had its original attack reduced to 0 by this effect is destroyed by battle, you draw a card. That's just not great. Furin Kazan. Furin. This card does not work the way you think it does. Dude, how often do we have to talk about transaction rollback when this deck is on the screen? Is it going to be every time? Do I have to explain this every time, like twice during the same stream? All the time. Yeah. Transaction rollback can only ignore the cost of a card, not the activation condition. In order to copy this with rollback, you still need to have a wind, water, fire, and earth on the field. So no. Live Exorbitant Machine. Okay, an ironic question. Is there actually a reversal quiz as a trap card? Exchange of the Spirit? That's not life points though. Isn't that like exchange of the Spirit? There's not. If both players have 15 or more cards in their graveyards, pay 1,000 life points. Each player swaps the cards in their graveyard with their deck, then shuffle. What's the point of this? Life Equalizer. Isn't that banned? No, it's not. Activate only when the difference between both players' life points is 8,000 or more. Both players' life points become 3,000. Well, the problem is that The problem is that it's still a draw, isn't it? It's still a draw if you live equalize. Now play Blasting the Ruins? Yeah. Nah. I think we're drifting off. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay trying it this way. And I'll let you guys know tomorrow how it goes. I'm sure it's gonna be fun no matter what. And I'll just let you know tomorrow how the Balance of Judgment and the Hope for Escape are performing. I'm a little worried that playing 5 battle traps alongside Rise to Full Height is a little bit too many, but we'll see. And I am mainly interested in whether I'm gonna miss the Morganite. I'm not sure if this deck needs to be a Morganite deck or not. That's one thing I want to find out. Because I kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm gonna take out the Hope for Escape and just play Morganites. Maybe I'll do that. Because on the one hand, I want to try the deck without Morganite. On the other hand, I am kind of scared that it's not gonna work without Morganite. At the same time, that's what locals is for. You know, it's fine. If it doesn't work at locals, it's not the end of the world. You know, I'm still gonna have fun. And I can use locals as like a little bit of a testing ground. I think that's fine. Can we try out Lightsworn Tearlaments one day? I mean, probably, yeah. That's the thing with locals now right around the corner. They happen twice a week. I'm not gonna be able to go twice a week every time, but I'm probably gonna go and test different decks every time I go, right? And so we can just do this thing for my locals probably like once a week, and then we just have some fun with different decks, and it's gonna give me a nice opportunity to play, test, and give you guys my opinion on a lot of decks that I haven't played in the past, right? Like a lot of the time when I'm giving you guys my opinion on decks, it is based on theory and based on me like maybe watching other people play the decks or just reading the cards and in theory and all that kind of stuff and theorizing about it and all that. But I don't, you know, there's like a billion different Yu-Gi-Oh decks. I don't get to play everything myself. But with locals right around the corner, I can not play every single one, but I can like play a bunch of different ones, right? So that's cool. There's gonna be one guy at locals that watches the stream and hard counters you every time. Okay, I mean, it's not that deep. It's okay. I'm just gonna go to have fun. It's fine. Okay. Is it still registered as a traditional tournament? No, it's not. No, it's not traditional this time. All right, you guys. I'm gonna have to make my way to locals soon. So I'm gonna make sure I'm not late. It is almost 5 p.m. So we're just gonna round it up here. The deck is built. We've talked about everything I wanted to talk about today. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. We're gonna be back tomorrow and also on Thursday for the new Master Duel cards. We're gonna play with SP Little Knight on Thursday. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm gonna see where I can send you guys real quick. Who is live? Up. I'll send you guys over to MBT. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the support as usual. Appreciate you guys for subscribing, for following, and all that stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll let you know how my locals went. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Peace.